Hey everybody, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. Let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. As usual, if you want to see our weekly schedule that we have over at the Reddit, we are also reposted over to the Discord. This is where you're going to find that. So here's the Discord link as well. And let's talk about what we're doing today. So today is December 15th. It is a Monday, and we're going to be covering 4 topics as usual for our streams. So the first topic is going to be Advent of Cyber, days 13, 14, and 15. So we're going to be covering the days of the Advent of Cyber event that we have not done yet. And Shota, hello, nice to see you on YouTube. Nice to see you here. And that's what we're going to be doing for the first hour. It might take a little bit more than an hour, but we'll try to keep it as short as possible. The second topic we're doing today is HackerFrogs After School. This has been a network hacking course that we've been working through, and this is something of my own design. We're going to be doing file upload attacks today, so if you're interested in learning how to do upload attacks and do all that hacking on the web servers, this is going to be the topic for you. So that's going to be in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing some coding challenges. So Advent of Code is a very popular coding challenge in December, and we're going to be doing one of those challenges today. So that's going to be the third hour of today's stream. And in the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Linux challenges over at echoCTF.red. This is a mostly free CTF platform or cybersecurity education platform where you can hack against their machines. So we're going to be doing that in the fourth and fifth hours, and that's going to be the schedule for today. So let me go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we can start on the first challenge, or the first topic, which is going to be Advent of Cyber from TryHackMe. So if you don't have an account over at tryhackme.com, you can make one for free, and it's a very good website, especially for beginners who are trying to get into cybersecurity. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Metro Beatsos. Hey, thank you very much, and welcome to the crew. All right, so this is day number 13. This is name number 13 over here, and this is part of the Advent of Cyber event. If you want to take part yourself, this is where you go. And I think I can put on a little bit of music while we're doing these challenges. Let me see if I can pull up some music to play. Okay. How about some XCOM music? It's overly dramatic for absolutely no reason. Hopefully it doesn't get too loud. Okay, so let me go ahead and talk about this room. I have to do my YouTube intros and outros because I eventually need to turn these into YouTube videos, so everybody please understand that. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 13 from the Advent of Cyber 2025 event from tryhackme.com. This room is called Yara Rules, Yara Mean One. So alright, so the first thing you want to do after you join the room is you want to go down to task number 1. So just scroll down over here. Each one of these rooms has each one of these days has a story associated with it. So I'll go ahead and read what's going on in the story. When McSkitty went missing, there was chaos and uncertainty at the Best Festival Company, TBFC. However, even in her disappearance, McSkitty was trying to help the TBFC Blue Team. Taking a page out of the crisis communication process, McSkitty sent what looks like a bunch of images to the Blue Team from an anonymous location. These images look like they were related to Easter preparations, but they contain a message sent by McSkitty. The crisis communication process outlines that a message might be sent through a folder of images containing hidden messages that can be decoded if you know the keyword. The Blue Team has to create a Yara rule that runs on the directory containing the images. The Yara rule must trigger on the keyword followed by a code word. After extracting all the code words in ascending order, the Blue Team will be able to decode the message. So, what are we learning today? Our learning objectives are: understand the basic concept of Yara, learn when and why we need to use Yara rules, explore different types of Yara rules, learn how to write Yara rules, and practically detect malicious indicators using Yara. So what are we doing today? We're doing two different things. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there a split screen available? Yes. So it says start your VM by clicking on the Start Machine button. We're going to scroll down and we're going to see this green Start Machine button here. We're just going to click on that, and that's going to start up the virtual machine that we need to use to solve today's task. So it's going to take a couple of minutes to... Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Metro Beatsos. Thank you very much. So it's going to take a couple of minutes to warm up, but in the meantime, we can solve some of these questions over here. So it says in the attached VM, the folder sent by Miss Kitty has been downloaded to Home Ubuntu Downloads Easter, and we will be using this folder to run our Yara rules against. Okay, so we just need to keep that in mind, and then we need to click on this button over here. Let's go. Click on the checkbox. Then we can move on to task number 2. Okay, so we're learning about Yara. So at this stage, McSkitty, the lead defender, has entrusted you with the mission of involving the use of Yara rules. Before jumping into action, let's take a closer look at what Yara is, how it works, and why it's such a valuable tool in TBFC's fight to protect SOCMS. Yara is a tool built to identify and classify malware by searching for unique patterns, the digital fingerprints left behind by attackers. Imagine it as a detective's notebook for cyber defenders. Instead of dusting for prints, Yara scans code, files, and memory for subtle traces that reveal a threat's identity. Okay? Within TBFC, Yara serves as a silent guardian, scanning through systems and uncovering the faintest traces of malicious activity that others might overlook. Now as snow drifts over Wareville and SOCMS network trembles under threat, it's your turn to wield this tool and restore the balance. Okay, so why Yara matters and when to use it. You might wonder why McSkitty chose this tool for this mission. In the world of cyber attacks, defenders face an endless stream of alerts, suspicious files, and anomalous network fragments. Not every threat stands out. Some hide in plain sight, disguised as harmless documents or scripts. That's where Yara shines. Yara gives defenders the power to detect malware by its behaviors and patterns, not just by name. Yara allows you to define your own rules, providing your own view of what constitutes malicious behavior. And you're not alone. Many Yara rules have already been written by defenders from other kingdoms that once faced similar threats. You can use, adapt, and improve these shared rules to strengthen TBFC's defenses and protect SOCMS together. For the defenders of SOCMS, this means faster detection, smarter hunts, and fewer threats slipping by unseen. In what situations might defenders rely on this tool? Post-incident analysis, when the security team needs to verify whether traces of malware found on one compromised host still exist elsewhere in the environment. CPU says, did you manage to complete any of the side quests yet? Hi CPU, nice to see you here. I'm not really concentrating on the side quests. I might do the side quests after the event is over, because that's when I can cover it on stream. Jason says, hello Chief, what are we doing today? We're doing days 13, 14, and 15 from Advent of Cyber first, and then we'll be taking it from there. So this is the room we're currently doing. Okay, threat hunting. Searching through systems and endpoints for signs of known or related malware families. Intelligence-based scans. Applying shared Yara rules from other defenders or kingdoms to detect new indicators of compromise. And memory analysis, examining active processes in a memory dump for malicious code fragments. The examples above show common uses of Yara, but defenders often find even more creative ways to apply it during investigation and hunts. So, Yara values. In the constant battle to protect SOCMS, and precision, time and precision matter most. That's where Yara shows its true value. It gives defenders clarity in chaos. With Yara, you're not waiting for an antivirus update or a third-party alert. You have the power to create your own rules, detect new variants, and act before the threat spreads. For TBFC's defenders, Yara brings several key advantages. Okay, CPU says, after this event, I will try to complete the past year's events too. They seem more complicated, especially all the side quests. Yeah, I mean, some of the earlier Advent of Cyber events, I think they were much better. Not that I'm saying that this year's events are bad, but it seems like some of the previous years have had some better tasks. Okay, let's continue. Speed. Quickly scans large sets of files or systems to identify suspicious ones. Flexibility. Detects everything from text strings to binary patterns and complex logic. Control. Lets analysts define exactly what they consider malicious. Shareability. Rules can be reused and improved on by defenders across kingdoms. Visibility. Helps connect scattered clues into a clear picture of the attack. In short, Yara empowers defenders to move from passive monitoring to active hunting, turning intelligence into action before the attackers strike again. Okay, so let's talk about some Yara rules. So CPU says, in the past events, did they cover the same concepts or tools? So in some years they cover a lot of the same stuff. They usually have some log analysis. They usually have some web app stuff. They usually have some Linux stuff. But each year they do like a handful of like unique concepts as well. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm sure if you look at the past events and you see stuff that you've already seen before, you can go ahead and skip those exercises and move on to other ones. Yara rules. Now that you understand what Yara is and how to use it, it's time to see how it actually works to uncover the digital footprints of the evil King Malhair. A Yara rule is built from several key elements. Metadata, information about the rule itself, who created it, when and for what purpose. Strings, the clues that Yara is searching for, text, byte sequences, or regular expressions that mark suspicious content. And conditions, the logic that decides whether a rule triggers, combining multiple strings or parameters into a single decision. So here's how it looks in practice. So we see here that there's a rule called TBFC King Malware Trace. So the metadata over here isn't really part of the rule, but it lets you know something about the rule itself. So the author is this person, the description is this, and the date it was written is this date right here. So it defines some strings that it's looking for. So string 1 is run dll32.exe, and this is a ASCII string. So full word, ASCII string, and string 2. So this is looking for some sort of library. It is wide. I'm not exactly sure what wide is. I'm sure they'll explain in just a bit. And we've got a URL as well. So HTTP something malhair, no case. And it matches if any of these conditions are met over here. Okay? So in this example, you see the meta section contains fields like author, description, and data. Date, these fields are not required, but highly recommended. They help you when other defenders understand what the rule is about, who created it, and when it was written. Okay, let's move on. So we got strings. Strings are the clues that Yara searches for when scanning files, memory, and other data sources. So they represent signatures of malicious activity in fragments of text, bytes, or patterns. We got text strings. So text strings are the simplest and most commonly used in Yara rules. They represent words or short text fragments. Okay, so by default, Yara treats text strings as ASCII and case sensitive, but you can modify how they behave using special modifiers. Okay, so this example here is a rule that searches for the word Christmas. So we've got a string, which is Christmas, and it looks for the string. Okay, so there's also case-insensitive strings. By default, Yara matches text exactly as written. Adding the no case modifier makes the match ignore letter casing, so Christmas, Christmas, and Christmas in different forms will all trigger the same result. CPU says, I started doing a journal of CTFs on GitHub too. You inspired me to do that. I'm pretty new to Git, but I try to save interesting challenges I went through and what I did. Yeah, I mean, this is the best way to learn. If you come across similar challenges, you'll be able to use your notes from previous challenges to figure out how to solve the new challenges. So it's just it's a way of documenting all the stuff that you've learned in your cybersecurity journey. I highly recommend it. Okay, and we've got this one over here. So, Christmas wide ASCII. Adding wide tells Yara to also look for 2-byte Unicode characters which Windows executables do use. Okay, alright. And we've got XOR strings. So malware's agents often XOR encode text to hide it from scanners. Using the XOR modifier, Yara automatically checks all possible single-byte XOR variations of a string, revealing what attackers tried to conceal. Okay. And we can also do base 64 encryption, because, well, especially in CTF exercises, there are a lot of strings that are base 64 encoded, and they can look for these things as well inside of the Yara rules. CPU says, will it help on your portfolio too? Not as very important, but I'm curious. And I'm also shared on LinkedIn after every challenge completed. Yeah, I think it's a good way to let people know that you're actively doing challenges. And as far as looking for jobs goes, if you show your employers that that you're documenting things, they like to see that, because in most cybersecurity jobs you do a lot of documentation. Okay, so there's also hexadecimal strings you can look for and regular expressions you can use, but they're not really used too much in, well, actually regular expressions are used in this particular day, especially this right here. This is looking for any combinations of letters and numbers as a regular expression, so it can look for these patterns. So regex strings are powerful and they should be used carefully. They can match on a wide range of data and may slow down scans if written too broadly. Okay, and yo bro, I don't know how to pronounce your name on YouTube, but hello, nice to see you here. It's Cyrillic, I can't read it. So Ethereal, hello, nice to see you here. And bro, you saved me on my unit project. What kind of project were you doing? Okay, and we've got the conditions over here, so they can match on any of the conditions or all of the conditions. And let's go ahead and we can move on to the challenge today. So the practical part. It's time to complete the practical task. The blue team has to search for the keyword TBFC : followed by an ASCII alphanumeric keyword across this folder right here. Okay, so my name is Victor. Hello, Victor. Nice to see you here. Oh, are you talking about your Natus levels? All right, no worries, no worries. If you have any questions about any of the Natus levels, let me know, and I'll try to help you out. Okay, CPU, no worries, no worries. I'll see you later then. All right. Okay, so the blue team is asked to search for the keyword TBFC : followed by an ASCII alphanumeric keyword across this directory here to extract the message sent by MixKitty. Can you help decode the message sent by MixKitty? And this is what we're going to do. We're just going to go into the virtual machine here. And from here, what we need to do is click on the terminal, and we're going to be writing our Yara rule. But before we do that, let's enter the directory that they want us to enter. So it's home Ubuntu downloads. So we'll just go over here and cd/home Ubuntu downloads. Okay, and from here, okay, Victor says, because it returns the password, but it needs to be with capital letters. Capital letters. You saved the project, but you need to update the code to level 15. Update the code to level 15 because it returns the password. Returns the password, but it needs to be with capital letters. I think I'll take a look at it later, because I'm in the middle of doing the walkthrough over here. But I'll take a look later. Thank you. Okay, Kay the Cyber Guy. Hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's give everybody some Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so what they want us to do here is they want us to build a Yara rule with this condition. So it's looking for the keyword TBFC followed by the ASCII alphanumeric keyword. So what we can do is we can just go in here and create a file. We'll call it rules.yar, and this is the typical file extension for Yara rules. Okay, and so from here we can create a rule. Let me get the format. So I did a little walkthrough on the HackerFrogs GitHub over here, and they're looking for something that looks like this. So I'll talk about what the rule does when we use it. Okay, so over here, paste in the rule. Okay, and so the rule is called TBFC string match, and we need to define the rule in between these brackets over here. So the brackets are open bracket and close bracket. In the middle we need to indent and start defining our variables. So we got strings in this section, and we're looking for a string called $S. So all the strings are gonna start with the $, and we're just calling this S, and we're gonna define TBFC as the thing we're matching on. So TBFC at the beginning is what we're matching on, and then afterwards, why does that appear? We've got this regex over here that looks for uppercase and lowercase letters as well as numbers, and then in afterwards, there can be any number of these, and this is defined as ASCII, and the condition it is matching on is just if it finds these patterns. So we can save this out, and then we can run Yara. So Yara-s-r rules.yar, and we're going to be running it on the Easter directory. So the Easter directory here. Okay, and then hit enter to run the thing. Okay, and it looks like we've matched on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different files. We also have the strings printed out in this case. So hopsec find me island in. So this doesn't seem like a coherent message, but the thing is that we need to take these in ascending order according to the number on the file. So we got 10, and then 16, and then 25, 46, and then 52. So if we spell out that message, it is find me in hopsec island, and that's the message we need to interpret. Okay, so we're just going to go down, and we're going to answer the questions. So how many images contain the string TBFC? So if we count the number, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we enter 5, we click check. Okay, and then what regex would you use to match a string that begins with TBFC followed by one or more alphanumeric ASCII characters? So they actually give us the answer for this particular question up in here. So this is the pattern over here. So this is the pattern, yeah. So we just need to, well, we can copy this. Then we can go down, and we'll paste it in, but we need to include /tbfc tbf So it should look just like this. Actually, we need a plus sign as well. Like that. Okay, check. That is correct. Okay, and what is the message sent by McSkitty? And Big Chungus, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? So the last thing we need to do is we need to give the message. So the message is find me in HopSec Island. Okay, and then we're finished. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 13, otherwise known as Yara Rules, Yara Mean One, from the Advent of Cyber 2025 event from TryHackMe.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, not leaving. Just need to record the intros and outros for the YouTube stuff. All right, let's go on. Victor says, "You cooking?" Oh, we're trying. So Ethereal says, "I hope they give away some RAM." I hope they give away some RAM. Yeah, I think I heard RAM is like 3 times the cost of what it is normally. Can somebody verify that for me? Okay, so this is day number 14. So let's go ahead and start day number 14. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 14 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room is called Containers, DoorDasher's Demise. So let's go ahead and start the challenge. So the first thing we want to do after we join the room is scroll down and go over to task number 1. So each one of these rooms has a little story. So I'm going to be reading out the story to find out what's happening here. Victor says, brother, I'm leaving, but good luck. Enut Sola says, RAM is crazy right now. It's thanks to demand for AI. Yeah, it looks like AI has, it's affecting the world, isn't it? That's great. Well, not great. Anyways, it seemed as the sun rose this morning, it had already been decided that today would be another day of chaos in Wareville. At least that's the feeling all the folks at DoorDasher got. DoorDasher is Wareville's local food delivery site, a favorite of workers in the Best Festival Company, especially on long days when they get home from work and just can't bring themselves to make dinner. We've all been there, I'm sure. Well, one Wareville resident was feeling particularly tired this morning and decided to order breakfast, only to find King Malhair and his bandit bunny battalions had seized control of yet another festival favorite. DoorDasher had been completely rebranded as Hopperoo. All of the ware's favorite dishes had been changed as well. Reports started flooding in to the DoorDasher call center, and not just from customers. The Health and Safety Food Org was on the line too, utterly panicked. Apparently, multiple Wareville residents were choking on what turned out to be fragments of Santa's beard. Wareville authorities were left tangled in confusion today as Hopperoo faced mounting backlash over reports of culinary impersonation. Customers across the region claim to have been served what appears to be authentic strands of Santa's beard in place of traditional noodles. That's really gross. A spokesperson for the Health and Safety Food Bureau confirmed that several diners required gentle untangling, and one incident involved a customer achieving accidental facial hair synchronization. Okay, and we'll just scroll down. So Ethereal says, can I link it? PC Part Picker has some charts on it. Yeah, I mean, you can leave the link, but you're going to need to break the link somehow so that YouTube doesn't interpret it as a link, because you can't normally put links in there. You're going to need to modify it somehow. Immediately, one of the security engineers managed to log on and make a script that would restore DoorDasher to its original state, but just before he was about to run it, Sir Carrotbane caught wind of his attempt and locked him out of the system. All was lost until the SOC team realized they still had access to the system via their monitoring pod, an uptime checker for the site. Your job, as a SOC team member of DoorDasher, can you escape the container and escalate your privileges so you can finish what your team started and save the site? So the learning objectives. Learn how containers and Docker work, including images, layers, and the container engine. Explore Docker runtime concepts, such as sockets and the daemon API, and common container escape privilege escalation vectors. And lastly, apply these Apply these skills to investigate image layers, escape a container, escalate privileges, and restore the DoorDasher service. Do not order Santa's beard pasta. Okay, so what do we need to do today? So there's three things. Do we need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there split screen available? Yes. So start the lab by clicking on the Start Machine button. Okay, so we're just going to go to here, where there's an attacker machine and target machine. We need to start both of these. So we'll click on Start Machine. And we will also click on Start Attack Box, because we're going to be needing both of these today. So click on Start Attack Box. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to wait for these machines to start up, but in the meantime, what we can do is go down and answer some of these questions. So it says, tell me more, and we can click on the checkbox here. And now we're done with task number 1. Okay, and then we can go on to task number 2. So click on task number 2, and we can talk about what these containers are. So what are containers? To understand what a container is, we first need to understand the problem it fixes. Okay, let's just give ourselves a little more room. Put plainly, modern applications can be quite complex. Installation. Depending on the environment the application is being installed in, it's not uncommon to run into configuration quirks, which make the process time-consuming and frustrating. Troubleshooting. When an application stops working, a lot of time can be wasted determining if it's a problem with the application itself or a problem with the environment that it's running in. And conflicts. Sometimes multiple versions of an application need to be run, or perhaps multiple applications which need, for example, different versions of Python to be installed. This can sometimes lead to conflicts, complicating the process further. If reading these problems, your brain conjured up the word isolation as a solution, well, you're on the right track. Containerization solves these problems by packing applications along with their dependencies in an isolated environment. This package is known as a container. In addition to solving all the above problems, containerization often also offers further benefits. One key benefit is how lightweight they are. To understand this, we will take a brief look at container architecture. Okay, so we got containers versus VMs. To illustrate container architecture, let's examine another form of virtualization, virtual machines. So virtual machines, like the ones you've been booting up on this platform throughout Advent of Cyber. So we've got, I think we can put this in a new tab. So what do we have over here? So we have the example of containers on the right-hand side and virtual machines on the left-hand side. So in the case of virtual machines, we have the infrastructure that you're running the virtual machine on, and then the hypervisor for software. So in the infrastructure, you can think of it as like your host OS. Like, so if you're using Windows as your host and then running a hypervisor on top of that, say you're running VirtualBox, and then on top of that, the virtual machine is running, and they've got a bunch of different apps that are running, which have their own guest OS. Oh, sorry, these are virtual machines. So App 1, App 2, and App 3 are all virtual machines with their own guest OS, their own binaries that are being run on the OS, and the applications that are running on top of that. So that's virtual machines. On the other side, we've got containers. So containers run on your infrastructure. So if your infrastructure is Windows, it's running on top of Windows. And then there's an operating system. So the operating system is Linux. And then on top of the Linux operating system, there's going to be the container engine that's running each one of these applications here. So for example, we've got a DoorDash dev environment, a DoorDash staging environment, and a DoorDash production environment. So this is a lot simpler than the virtual machine example. Okay. So a virtual machine runs on a hypervisor, software that emulates and manages multiple operating systems on one physical host. It includes a full guest OS, making it heavier but fully isolated. Containers share the host OS kernel, isolating only applications and their dependencies, which makes them lightweight and fast to start. Virtual machines are ideal for running multiple different operating systems or legacy applications, while containers excel at deploying scalable, portable microservices. Applications at scale. Microservices are a switch in the style of application architecture, where before it was a lot more common to deploy apps in a monolithic fashion. Deploy apps in a monolithic fashion, built as a single unit, a single code base, usually as a single executable. More and more companies are choosing to break down their applications into parts based on business function. This way, if a specific part of their application receives high traffic loads, they can scale that part without having to scale the entire application. This is where the lightweight nature of containers comes into play, making them incredibly easy to scale to meet increasing demands. They became the go-to choice for this increasingly popular architecture, and this is why, over the last 10 years, you have started seeing the term more and more. You may have noticed the layer labeled container engine in the diagram. A container engine is a software that builds, runs, and manages containers by leveraging the host OS's OS kernel features like namespaces and C groups. One example of a container engine is Docker, which we will examine in more detail. Docker is a popular container engine that uses Docker files, simple text scripts defining app environments and dependencies, to build, package, and run applications consistently across different systems. Docker is the container engine of choice at DoorDasher, and so that's what we're going to be interacting with in our interactive lab. Okay? So Docker is an open source platform for developers to build, deploy, and manage containers. Containers are executable units of software which package and manage the software and components to run the service. They're pretty lightweight because they isolate the application and use the host OS kernel. Okay, so let's talk about escape attack and sockets. So a container escape is a technique that enables code running inside a container to obtain rights to execute on the host kernel or other containers beyond its isolated environment. This is called escaping. For example, creating a privileged container with access to the public internet from a test container with no internet access. Containers use a client-server setup on the host. The CLI tools act as the agent, sending requests to the container daemon, which handles the actual container management and execution. The runtime exposes an API server using Unix sockets, or runtime sockets, to handle CLI and daemon traffic. If an attacker can communicate with that socket from inside the container, they can hack the runtime, and this is how we would create the privileged container with internet access, as mentioned in the previous the previous example. Okay, so your goal is to investigate the Docker layers and restore the defaced Hopperoo website to its original service, DoorDasher. We're going to walk through the steps to beat this challenge together, okay? So, access points. Now it's time to start using the machine that you booted up in task 1. Let's check which services are running with Docker. Run the following command, docker ps. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So what we need to do is we need to use the terminal service. It's called AOC DoorDasher's Demise. So we click on it. And this is going to give us a terminal here. So inside the terminal, we can start running the Docker commands. So they want us to run docker ps. And this lets us know that there are four containers running. So the 4 containers are called Dasher App, Whereville Times, Uptime Checker, and Deployer. And they each come with their own container ID number, which is this one right here. And some of them are hosting services. So this one is hosting a service on port 5001. This one is hosting a service on port 5002. And this one is hosting a service on port 5003. So these are the local ports. The remote ports are port 5000 on the web server, and then port 80 and port 80. Okay, so the main service runs at this URL right here. We're just going to copy that. It says explore the web application and notice the defaced system Hopperoo. We know DoorDasher is the food delivery service. Let's explore the uptime checker. Sounds interesting. So we can do that from within the attack box. So over at the attack box, click on that tab, and then we need to open up the Firefox browser. So we can click on this keyboard shortcut to start the attack box's Firefox browser, which can access the Docker web server. Okay, so we're just going to go over here. We're going to paste in the address in the clipboard, and then we're going to close the clipboard, and then paste in the IP address. So the IP address is going to be, we're going to need to access the one on 5001. Okay, so this is the defaced website. It's been renamed to Hopperoo from DoorDasher. And I think what they want us to do is do something else. So let's explore uptime checker. Sounds interesting. Run the following command to access the uptime checker container. So we need to switch back to the DoorDasher machine over here. So they want us to run this command. So it is docker exec -it uptime checker sh. So this is going to give us a shell on the uptime checker container. So init says, whoops, just terminated mine without trying to open 5003, although it's not necessary for the questions. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with Docker for sure. So we're running a command on uptime checker. We're running sh, and we're getting an interactive session. So when we run the command, we're now inside of the Docker container. If we ask who am I, we are now the root user, whereas before we were the Mr. Bombastic user. So we're inside the container now. After logging in, check the socket access by running lsla var run docker.sock. So lsla var run docker.sock. So we see that this is a file owned by root with read and write access. So documentation means that by default there's a setting called enhanced container isolation, which blocks containers from mounting the Docker socket to prevent malicious access to the Docker engine. So in some cases, like when running test containers, they need Docker socket access. The socket provides a means to access containers via the API directly. Let's see if we can. So your output should look like something like this. Okay, we see it. This looks like what we see here. And let's see. So Germanis Ikali says cybersecurity hard. It's not super easy, that's for sure. But some people really enjoy cybersecurity stuff, and what I would recommend is that you try some cybersecurity exercises and do some research, and hopefully you can make an informed decision. Okay, so I wonder what happens if we try to run Docker commands inside the container. By running Docker PS again, we can confirm that we can perform Docker commands and interact with the API. Okay, so we're just going to run Docker PS. And we can interact with the Docker engine inside of the container, which is not very good for security. In other words, we can perform a Docker escape attack. So let's instead try to access the deployer container, which is a privileged container. Run the following command. So we're gonna run a Docker command inside a Docker container, which is not something you're supposed to be able to do, but we're gonna be running docker exec it deployer bash. So this is what we're doing. We're using Docker inside of the Docker container to run a command on the deployer container, and we're going to get an interactive bash shell. Okay, now we're on deployer. So we're inside of a virtual machine, inside of a container, inside of another container. So it's pretty oniony. Type who am I to check which user we're currently logged in as, explore the container, and find the flag. Okay, so we see here that there's something called the recovery script. Okay, we've made it, and we've managed to make it to the container where the script to restore the site to its former version is. Save the day, run the recovery script in the root directory to recover the app using sudo. So we're going to run sudo recovery script.sh, and this is going to restore the DoorDasher site to its original value. Oh. Never mind. I need to spell the word script correctly. I mean, I don't think I need to run it as sudo, do I? Okay. So we run it, and then it says recovery complete, DoorDasher has been restored, the hackers have been defeated. So we can confirm this by going over to the attack box and reloading the web page. Okay, so here, this is the defaced version. We'll reload the page, and now it says welcome to DoorDasher. So we've successfully restored the page by using the restore script. Okay, and from here, oh, it looks like they booted us out. Okay, so we're going to answer the questions, and then we'll be completed this room. So what exact command lists running Docker containers? So if you know about Docker, you know that Docker PS is a very common command you can use to see the different Docker containers that are running. So type in Docker PS. Okay, and what file is used to define the instructions for building a Docker image? So if you were paying attention when we were talking about the information up above, we need to use a Docker file in order to create a Docker image. Okay, and the last thing they want us to get is the flag. So what we can do here is we can take a look at the, let's see, it's called the deployer machine. So docker exec -it deployer, and we're going to run a bash shell. Okay. From here, we'll go into the root directory, and we were told that in the root directory, the flag.txt file would appear after we run the recovery script, which we did. So let's go ahead and read the flag.txt file. So thm docker escape success. So we're just going to type that in, thm docker escape success. Okay, and we should be finished now. Oh, they've got an extra part. Okay, so let's take a look. I thought that was the last one, but I forgot there was a bonus question. Okay, bonus question. There's a secret code contained within the news site running on port 5002. This code also appears, happens to be the password for the deployer user. They should definitely change their password. Can you find it? So the way we would do that is we would need to go over to the attack box, and then on the attack box, we're going to go over to the web browser and go to port 5002. So this is the Wareville Times, and there's something odd on the web page. So there's a news story, but there are 3 words highlighted here. So deploy master 2025. So they say they were looking for a like a secret code that is a password, and it's 18 characters long. So if we combine these words, it's going to be 18 characters long. So deploy Master 2025! Exclamation point, and then answer the question. Okay, and to finish the machine, or to finish the room, all we need to do is click on this button here. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for day number 14 from the Advent of Cyber 2025 event over at TryHackMe.com. This room was called Containers, DoorDasher's Demise. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we're not leaving. Carson Boy says, I thought it was hidden in the website code. Yeah, I thought it might be hidden in the website code as well, but I took a look at the website and it's like there's these highlighted words, and the highlighted words have to mean something. Then I figured out that we need to put them together, and that's how you solve the challenge. All right, we've got one more room that we need to do before we finish up for the day. Well, not the day, but finish up for this section. Okay, let me go ahead and start the last room, or the last AOC room for today. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 15 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025 on TryHackMe.com. This room is called Web Attack Forensics Drone Alone. Enid Sola says, I didn't even look at the text on the page, just went straight to the source in the console. Only after that did I look at the page itself. Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily need to look at the website from the attack box. You can look at it from the Docker container. Okay, so the first thing you want to do after you start the join the room is go down to task number 1, introduction. So in here, we've got a story, and we're going to be reading the story to understand what's going on in this room. TBFC's drone scheduler web UI is getting strange long HTTP requests containing base64 chunks. Splunk raises an alert. Apache spawned an unusual process. On some endpoints, these requests cause the web server to execute shellcode, which is obfuscated and hidden within the base64 payloads. For this room, your job as the blue teamer is to triage the incident, identify compromised hosts, extract and decode the payloads, and determine the scope. You'll use Splunk to pivot between web Apache logs and host-level sysmon telemetry. Follow the investigation steps below. Each corresponds to a Splunk query and investigation goal. So our learning objectives for today are: detect and analyze malicious web activity through Apache access and error logs. Investigate OS-level attacker actions using sysmon data. Identify and decode suspicious and obfuscated attacker payloads. And reconstruct the full attack chain using Splunk for blue team investigation. Okay, so for this day, we need to do these two things. We need to start the attack box today, and we need to start a VM today. So we're just going to go down to here, and we need to click on Start Machine, this green button. And we also need to click on the Start Attack Box button as well. So, I don't see my start attack. Oh, the attack box. Hold on. Okay, so start attack box. We'll just click on this button here. And that's going to start up the virtual machines. So we're going to have to wait for a couple of minutes for the virtual machines to start up. But in the meantime, we can get some stuff done. So underneath the section in task 1, I have successfully started the attack box in target machine. We can click on the checkbox here. Okay, so we're going to go down to task number 2. So web attack forensics, logging into Splunk. After you started the attack box in the target machine, allow the system around 3 minutes to fully boot, then use Firefox on the attack box to access the Splunk dashboard. So we're going to be doing this later, and we're going to be using these credentials here to log in. So the Splunk login page should be similar to the screenshot below. So we're going to be logging into Splunk. After logging in successfully, you will be taken to the search page as shown in the screenshot. Okay. Make sure to adjust the Splunk time range to include the time of the events, for example, last 7 days or all time. Okay, so we're going to be doing all this stuff in a little bit after everything loads up, but let's talk about these detecting suspicious web commands. So in the first step, let's search for HTTP requests that might show malicious activity. The query below searches the web access logs for any HTTP requests that include signs of command execution attempts, such as cmd.exe, PowerShell, or invoke expression. So if you see this kind of stuff in your web requests, that's usually a really bad sign. This query helps identify possible command injection attacks where the evil attacker tries to execute system commands through a vulnerable CGI script. So in this case, they're using a script called hello.bat. All right, so we've got we'll come back to this. We just need to set up our environment. So on the attack box here, we're going to need to start up our web browser. So we'll click on here and we'll hit enter to dismiss the terminal. Then we'll start up the Firefox web browser. And we need to get Thanasis Daritis. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for your subscription on YouTube. Okay, so we got our connection details. So the username is blue, the password is this. We've got a link here as well, so we're just going to copy the link. Can we not copy the link? Hold on. Actually, it's fine. We can just access it through the IP address. So okay, so we're just gonna go into the Firefox browser, type in http://10.65.135.63 because this is the IP address over here. So underneath the black box here. Okay, and then hit enter. Hold on. What is that? What is that full thing again? Oh, it's on port 8000. Okay. So just need to adjust it so it's port 8000. So in here, to the end of this IP address, we do :8000. Hit enter. Thank you for the reminder, Ronan. Oh, it took me to HTTPS by default. We don't want HTTPS. We just want HTTP. And it looks like we might be having connection issues because the machine isn't fully booted up, or the service isn't fully Oh, nope. Okay, we're good. We just need to wait for it to load up. Okay, so Splunk Enterprise, we need to supply a username and password. We've got the username and password over here. So blue pass 1234. Blue pass 1234. Sign in. Just gotta wait for it to load up. But we can scroll down and talk about the different commands we're going to be looking at here. Okay, so after this finishes loading up, we're going to need to adjust our time frame. So right now we can't see anything. Make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so the time range, we need to adjust this. So time range, we're going to go here, click on it, and then select all time. So this is going to give us events for all time in history. FL Dreams, hello FL Dreams, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat for you? Okay, so now that we've adjusted the time frame so that it's all time, we can start doing our queries. So they give you a lot of different queries that we can run here. And the first query, it's going to copy this. So this is looking in the Windows Apache access logs, and it's looking for the strings cmd.exe or PowerShell or PowerShell.exe or invoke expression. So it's looking for these strings inside of the web logs. Let's go ahead and paste that in, and then we will search. Okay, so we see a few different events where these kind of commands were run. So cmd equals PowerShell.exe plus encode base64 stuff. This is generally very bad from a defender's point of view, because it shows that the attackers were able to run commands through PowerShell, and they encoded their commands through base64 encoding. Okay, so at this step we are primarily interested in the base64 encoded strings, which may reveal various types of activities. Once you spot encoded PowerShell commands, decode them using base64decode.org or your favorite base64 decoder to understand what the attacker was trying to do. Based on the results we received, let's copy the encoded PowerShell string. So it's this string here. Let me copy it, and then we paste it into this website here, which will let us decode the strings. Okay, so we'll paste it in, and then we will click on, why am I getting Chinese ads? We'll click on decode, and we see this. So this string, it says, this is now mine, mwahahahaha. And yeah, so that's a pretty ominous looking message. Okay, so now we're looking for server-side errors or command execution in Apache error logs. So in this stage, we'll focus on inspecting web server error logs, as this would help us uncover any malicious activity. We will run the following query. So we're looking in the Windows Apache logs. We're looking for cmd.exe or PowerShell or internal server error. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, we just need to replace the stuff in the clipboard. Then after that, we will go up to the top and delete the search term that we were using before, paste in the new one, and then click on search. So we see here that we have 3 events. So we see here that we got some error messages. So this is not recognized as internal external command, etc., etc. So these were the unsuccessful attempts to run commands on the server. So this query inspects the Apache error logs for signs of execution attempts or internal failures caused by malicious requests. As you can tell, we're now searching for error messages with particular terms such as cmd.exe or PowerShell. So please make sure that you select View Raw from the drop-down to above the event display field. Okay. So if a request like this, CGI bin hello.bat, command equals PowerShell, if this command triggers a 500 internal server error, it often means the attacker's input was processed by the server but failed during execution, a key sign of hacking attempts. So checking these results helps confirm whether the attack reached the backend or remained blocked at the web layer. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to trace suspicious process creation from Apache. So let's explore sysmon for other malicious executable files that the web server might have spawned. We'll do that using the following Splunk query. So this time we're going to be accessing the sysmon logs instead of the Apache web server logs. And we're going to be taking a look at the HTTPD process. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So each time we do this, we need to replace the stuff in the clipboard. Then we'll go up to the top. We will delete the old search, insert the new search, and then confirm. Okay, so we have how many events here? So there's 14 events being indicated here. And it looks like there were a lot of processes that were spawned by HTTPD, which is not supposed to be the case. We'll talk a little bit more about what that means. So select View Table on the drop-down menu after the event. Okay. So typically, Apache should only spawn worker threads, not system processes like cmd.exe or PowerShell.exe. So it shows child processes such as parent image equals httpd.exe, and then it creates cmd.exe, which is a very, very bad thing. So it indicates a successful command injection where Apache executed a system command. So the finding above is one of the strongest indicators that the web attack penetrated the operating system. So let's confirm attacker enumeration activity. So in this step, we aim to discover what specific programs we found in the previous queries. Let's use the following query. So we're going to look inside the sysmon logs again, but we're going to look for either of these two, cmd.exe and who am I. So this query looks for the command execution logs where cmd.exe ran the command who am I. I need a little bit of water, just a second. Sorry everybody, I've been neglecting my water breaks. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We've got our search command over here, and we'll go back in. Then we will go up to the top, get rid of the old search, paste in the new search, and we see there are four events here where the cmd.exe ran whoami.exe. So whoami.exe is well, we'll talk about that right now. Okay, so attackers often use the whoami command immediately after gaining code execution to determine which user account their malicious process is running as. So finding these events confirms the attacker's post-X reconnaissance, showing that the injected command was executed on the host. So the last thing is this the last thing? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to identify base64 encoded PowerShell payloads. So in this final step, we will work to find all successfully encoded commands. To search for encoded strings, we can use a Splunk query kind of like this. So we're looking in the sysmon logs. We're looking for PowerShell.exe that runs the command line on the command line encode, or command line encoded command, or command line equals base64. So these all give indications that we're using PowerShell to encode a payload. So just copy this. Go back in. Go back up to the top. Delete the old query, paste in the new one, and then run the query. So, it says 0 events. Hold on. I just want to make sure that everything is correct. Let's run it again. 0 events found. So time range, last 7 days. And then run it again. It's strange that the command didn't work. Let me try copying it again. Empty for me too. Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be. It says 0 events, it means it's safe. I mean, maybe. I just want to double check. Okay, let's try it again. So it says 0 events. So if your defenses are correctly configured, this query should return no results, meaning the encoded payload, such as mwahahaha, never ran. Okay, so this is intended. So if results appear, you can decode the base64 commands to inspect the attacker's true intent. So we're very close to the end of the room. Answer the questions below. So I think we don't need the virtual machine to answer these questions. What is the reconnaissance executable's file name? So we noted before that the first thing that attackers like to do after they get code execution on a server is run whoami. So the executable file is called whoami.exe. Okay? And the last question is, what executable did the attacker attempt to run through the command injection? So through command injection, the attackers were using a lot of PowerShell.exe commands. So PowerShell is it's a very common way to explore an environment when you have remote code execution on a Windows web server. But anyways, that's the answer. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for day number 15 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event from tryhackme.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, Inetsola says I made sure I'd copied and pasted it correctly 3 times just to make sure before reading onward and to see it expected no results. That's kind of like what happened here. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and get out of here. So we can start the next portion of today's stream, and so topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're going to be talking about file upload attacks. So this is how you do file upload attacks. We're going to be explaining how to do them. And topic 3 is on deck. Okay, so I don't think we need this anymore. If you're wondering what we're looking at for this portion of the stream, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're going to be learning about network hacking techniques. Let's do this in 60 minutes. We'll see if we can get it done. And let's go ahead and start. Oh, we're going to be needing access to TryHackMe later for this as well. Okay, let me just have this in the background ready to go. All right, everybody, we have this session for network hacking, and then we have got 2 more, and then we'll be finished with the network hacking course. So let's finish strong on this. So welcome to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is the 8th session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. We talked about file transfers. So file transfers are an essential operation of computer networking, and we learned a few different methods for file transfer. This is specifically for talking about file transfers inside of like a CTF environment. We talked about transferring small files by clipboard in base64. So if the file that we're dealing with is not very big, we can copy the contents of the file on the clipboard and then just move them around by copying and pasting them from and to different clipboards. So if the files are larger, we might want to consider hosting them on a temporary Python server. So this is something that we should only do inside of a closed environment because the Python web server method of moving files around, it can be intercepted by people who are listening to the network traffic. So because it's using HTTP, everything is unencrypted, and this is okay for CTF exercises, but not really for real life. And the last method we talked about for transferring files was secure copy. So secure copy, otherwise known as SCP, If we have SSH on both devices and a set of credentials, the SCP program is an ideal file transfer solution since it sends files over an encrypted protocol. So this is if you want to make sure that you're sending files over securely. And we're going to be talking about something a bit different today. In this session's topics, we're going to be talking about what are file upload attacks. We're going to be uploading things via the web page, and we're going to be uploading to a web page with the filter bypass to get files past file filter restrictions. So let's talk about how we're going to be doing this. So what are these file upload attacks we're talking about? So file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within the uploaded malicious files. So basically what we're doing is we're uploading dangerous files to the web server and having them execute our code inside of those malicious files. So in order to perform a file upload attack, there are 3 conditions that must be met. So the first condition is there has to be a way to upload files to the web accessible location via the web app or another service. So this could be FTP or SMB that we could use to upload the files, but typically we would use the web app itself. We would use a web app to upload a file for execution. So that's the first condition. So the second condition is the upload location must be known to us. So even if we're able to upload a file, if we don't know where the file is uploaded to and we can't access it, it's not valuable to us as an attack vector. And the third condition is the app must be able to execute code. So if the application can't run the code, it's not viable as a file upload attack method. So the typical way that this would be done is through the PHP engine or the ASP engine, depending on what technology is available on the web app. So we're going to be using TryHackMe to learn about this. So what we need to do is we need to access another Advent of Cyber room, but this is the one from, I think this is the one from like 2019 or so. This is the link. Okay, so log into TryHackMe and then go to the link. If you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, you can make one for free, and this is a free room that we're using right now. Okay, so I think we need to access task number 4. So let's go ahead and, first of all, I will reset my progress on the room. After you've joined the room, we want to go over to task number 4. So task number 4, it's labeled WebEx, Santa's watching. So go ahead and click on that. Oh, no, we need to go to task 4, not day 4. Task 4 is the elf strikes back. So remember, we're looking at task 4. Click into it. And then it says, well, we can start the machine. So click on Start Machine. And that's going to start the vulnerable web server as a virtual machine. We also need to access this somehow. So the easiest way to access is by using the attack box. We can go up to the top of the room, and then we can click on the Start Attack Box button underneath the icon here. Okay, so that's going to start up the attack box that we're going to be using to interact with the web app. But in the meantime, we can talk a little bit more about what's going on in today's exercise. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be testing out some of our network hacking techniques. We're going to be scanning the virtual machine with Nmap first. The first thing we do is conduct an Nmap scan to determine open ports. So we would run an Nmap command on the IP address. We would run it very fast. We would look at very verbose output, and we would be searching for versioning information and running common scripts. So Nmap is pretty flexible as far as the type of stuff you can do with it. But generally, it's used as a method of determining what services and ports are open on a remote server. So we're also going to be doing some directory busting. In this case, we're going to be using the derb program, and after we discover the HTTP service, to do some directory busting and try to figure out what kind of endpoints are available. So Jason IT Solutionist says, I also see T4. What is the difference with T5? I mean, I think, so we're talking about the speed at which Nmap runs. Generally, T5 is, most of the time, T5 as far as speed on Nmap is okay, but sometimes T5 is a little bit too fast. Generally, people accept that T4 is the sweet spot that combines speed with accuracy for your Nmap scans. Okay, so we've got our attack box running now, and we just need to understand the IP address we need to use. So the IP address is here. What we're going to do is we're just going to type it in once into our terminal so that we can remember it, because we're going to be using it quite a lot. So the IP address is going to be different between your instance and my instance. Just make sure to use your own target machine information up at the top of the page. Okay, we're going to open up a terminal on the attack box, and then we're going to type in the IP address. So for me, it's 10.65.147.92. We're going to be using this quite a bit. And the first scan we're going to do is we're going to do the Nmap scan. Let me get some more space. Okay, so we run Nmap, very verbose. We'll go T4 this time. And we're going to run versioning information with this tag right here. Okay, so this is going to come back very fast because we're only scanning about 1,000 ports. When we run the command, so we discover an open port on port 80. So port 80 this is pretty typical. Well, for this exercise, we're going to be interacting with the web page. So port 80 is pretty normal. In the real world, you don't really interact with port 80 most of the time because port 80 is unencrypted web pages. So the reason why we see port 80 here is because for most of these security exercises, they don't want to give you encrypted web pages because encrypted web pages typically have a lot more setup associated with them. So they just make it easier, so they give you unencrypted web pages. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do some directory busting. So the easiest thing to do is to do derb and then HTTP and then the IP address. It's a very simple, well, the syntax is very simple. We're going to go in here. We're going to get our last command, and we're just going to strip out the nmap command. We're going to type in derb http / our IP address. So this very simple directory busting attack is going to let us know if there are any obvious endpoints we should be paying attention to. When we run the command, we find a few different directories here. So just scrolling up to the top, we see here that there's an assets directory, there is a favicon.ico endpoint, there is a no index directory, there's an uploads directory, there's an assets directory. So what we're really looking for in this case, because we're doing file upload attacks, is that this lets us know that there's an upload endpoint over here, there's an upload directory that we could potentially look for to get uploaded files. Okay, so let's go back and talk about what we're going to be doing next. So the first thing we need to identify is the file upload condition. So this application lets us upload files, and a lot of apps only let you upload files of a certain type. In this case, it seems to be looking for picture files. So let's go ahead and confirm that. So in the attack box, we can open up the attack box web browser here. In fact, what we can do is we can full screen the attack box because we don't need the information from the TryHackMe page anymore. So we're just going to go over to the left-hand side of the attack box interface and then go down to the bottom. There's a button labeled View in Full Screen. We can click on it, and this is going to put the attack box in its own browser tab, which gives us a lot more room to work with it. That's a little bit more comfortable. Okay. And what we need to do is we need to, oh, shouldn't have done that. Okay. We need to get the IP from the terminal here. So this is the website that we want to interact with. So we're just going to copy this HTTP and then the IP address, copy, and then go back to Firefox and paste in the address. Okay, it says you're not logged in. Oh man. You're not signed in. Please enter your ID as a get parameter. ID equals your ID here. Okay, I lied. There's some other stuff we need to do inside this page. Let me take a look at the information. Exit split view. So day 2. Okay, so we're talking about get parameters and URLs. They want you to supply a URL parameter to the application in order to log in. Hold on, let me take a look at my notes. So everything you should know, all the steps for completing this exercise, they're going to be in this GitHub file over here, this markdown file. Okay, so part 1, doing initial scans, we've done this. And then there's Derb. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Apocalypse. Thank you. And then we've done investigating the web page. So in this section, we'll be looking at the web page on the remote server that we've been scanning. And thank you very much, Victor, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so in the attack box web browser, add this to the following, to the end of the URL. And this is going to let us see that there's an upload function on the web page. Let me go back to the web page here. Please enter your ID as a get parameter. I don't quite remember where we get this information from. It's either going to be on the okay, it's not here. I think the information from this is on the TryHackMe information here. Yeah. So for Elf McKeever, you've been assigned an ID number for the audit of the system. Use this to access the upload section of the site. So this is where we got this from. So in here, we're going to be using this endpoint in order to access the upload function. So it's going to look something like this. So what we're doing is we're supplying some extra information to the end in the form of a URL parameter. Paste it in, and now we've got access to the upload page. So it says here, protect the factory. If you see any suspicious people near the factory, take a picture and upload it here. So this is for uploading files. And, oh, why does our attack box look so cramped? Let me reload this page. Okay, so we're going to go over to our terminal, and we're going to find a picture file. I wonder if there are any pictures in the pictures directory. Let me check it out. Yeah, there are pictures in the pictures directory here. So we can try uploading one to see what normal file upload looks like. Okay, so we're going to select a file. So we're going to go to Home and then Pictures. And we're going to upload the smallest file. So the smallest file is this one. Okay, we're going to click on open, and then we're going to select this. Oh, no, we're supposed to submit this. Click on submit, and then it says file received successfully. So we need to make sure that we can access this file, the uploaded file. So what we're going to do is we're just going to grab another copy of the website or the web page address. We're going to put it in another tab, and we're going to go to the uploads directory. So remember earlier we found an uploads directory. We're going to navigate directly to that directory, and then we see that we see the file that we uploaded over here. So now that we have two conditions for the file upload attack. So we know that we're able to upload a file, and we see that we can access the files that have been uploaded. The last thing we need to do is we need to figure out if the server can execute code. So to see if it can execute code, we can go over to the web page over here. So the web page, the landing page, we're going to see if this is a PHP file. So we're going to check if this is index.php, and this is index.php. So because this is a PHP endpoint, we're going to assume that the web application can run PHP code. So that means that whatever malicious file we try to upload is going to run malicious PHP code to give us command execution. So let's talk a little bit more about this. So code execution condition. So file upload attacks will not work unless the web app executes code in files. PHP is a classic example, and web apps that host PHP files are a good indication that an app is vulnerable. So what are we going to put inside of the malicious file? We're going to put a web shell inside of the file. In file upload attacks, there are generally two types of file contents that are used. There's web shells and reverse shells. So what is a web shell? In this case, we'll be using a web shell, which is a file which allows us to run OS commands when accessing the web page. So we're basically loading up a special web page, and on the web page, it's going to execute a command on the web server and then show us the results of the command. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We need to set up a file, and we're going to do that on the attack box. So in the attack box, we're going to go to our terminal, and in the terminal, we're going to create a file that we're going to create a file to upload. So we're just going to use the nano text editor to create webshell.php. So we're going to create a PHP file that we're going to upload. Hopefully we're going to be able to upload it and then run the code inside. So inside the web shell, we're going to need to get some PHP code. So we're going to use a website called revshells.com, which we can use to create different payloads for execution. And in here, we're going to do a PHP command. So we can go down here and we can get PHP command small, and this is the smallest PHP code that's going to give us command execution. So it looks kind of like this. And we're just going to paste it into our attack box over here. Okay, so what's in this code? So we see, let me make this a little bit easier for us to see. Whoa, that's way too big. Okay, so in PHP code, we need our opening and closing brackets over here. So bracket question mark and question mark bracket. And here, what we're doing is we're sending a get command. So the get command is going to have a URL parameter, which is 0, and it runs whatever is inside of the URL parameter after 0. So 0 equals, so in this case, it's going to be something like 0 equals some command. So 0 equals who am I, or 0 equals lsla, or 0 equals print working directory. So this is how we're going to set it up. So all we need to do is we need to upload this to the target and then get it to run the code. Let's just go back here and we'll save out the file. So just to make sure that webshell.php has what we want, okay, that looks accurate. And we're going to try to upload this to the target. So we're going to see that there's actually a wrinkle in this plan, but we'll talk about it when we get there. We go here and let's see. We're able to upload files from this web page. So we're going to select a file. We're going to select webshell.php, and we're going to try to submit this. So it says invalid extension. So the web page has a very simple protection to make sure that what we're trying to upload is going to be a picture file. And let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to upload an undisguised web shell file. So this is the undisguised web shell file is what we tried to upload just now. What we're going to do is we're going to modify the web shell file to bypass the web app upload filter. So the filter is looking for a picture file extension, so .jpeg, .png, .gif, and what we're going to do is we're just going to include the file extension that it likes, which is .jpeg, but we're going to add a second extension to it as well, so .php. So this is probably the simplest way you can try to bypass a filter, and most of the time this doesn't work, but on this really easy exercise, this does work. So we're going to rename the file webshell.php to webshell.jpeg.php. After we do that, we're going to try to upload the file again. Okay, we're going to go back to our web page where we can upload a target, select, and do all files. So we're going to try to upload webshell.jpeg.php. Open that, submit that, and it says file received successfully. So we're going to confirm this by going over to the uploads directory, and we're going to reload the page. So from here, we see that we've managed to upload our webshell.jpeg.php file. We can click on it to access it. And you see here that nothing, you don't see anything here. That's because we didn't give the URL parameter. Contains end with same diff. So yeah, there's obviously some very, what is the word? Unsophisticated filters going on to make sure that whatever you upload is a picture file. So in this case, we need to supply 0 equals something. 0 equals command. So 0 equals who am I? And we see here that we get this result. So 0 equals who am I gives us Apache, which means that we're probably running as a user named the Apache user. If we run 0 equals pwd, we see that we're in this directory here, var www html uploads. So what can we do from here? We can basically run whatever command we want. And if we were trying to be really sneaky, generally what we would do is we wouldn't actually try to get direct access to the machine, because when you get direct access to the machine, you can leave artifacts on the computer which gives an indication that you were there. So a lot of people, they get a web shell, and what they do is they just take a look at the entire environment entirely through the web shell. It's kind of slow, but it's not a bad way to do it. Shenlong says privilege escalation. Yeah, so generally what you would do from this position is you would try to get direct access to the server. So how much time do we have? We've got a bit of time. Okay, so this is what you would do. On your terminal, you would set up a netcat listener. So the netcat listener, we would run netcat, and we would listen on a certain port to listen for a reverse shell connection. What we want to do is we want to use the web shell to execute a command that reaches out to the shell on our attack box here. So NLVP, we're going to listen on port 443. I generally like using well-known ports such as 443 or 53 for netcat shells because they're less likely to be blocked by the web server. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is we need to get the IP address for the attack box here. So luckily we're provided with it over here. We'll just copy that, and let's make a new tab over here. We can start crafting a command. So this is where tools like RevShells really shine. What you can do is you can supply your own IP address and port, and it'll create the command for you. Thank you very much for following DJ Toy 21. Thank you. Okay, let me paste in the IP address. So this is in a correct IP address format. We need to put some dots here. Dot, 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 dot. Port 443. Okay, so we're going to create a very basic bash reverse shell. So bash dash I, and we can copy this command. Before we run the command, let's just talk about what the command does. So the command runs in sh shell. Most of the time, I don't like to use the sh shell. I like to use the bash command instead, and it runs it in interactive mode. It takes all of the input and output from this device right here. So this device right here on a Linux machine is going to let you make TCP connections. It's going to make a TCP connection to this IP address, which is our attack box IP address on this port. It's going to take all of the input, what are they called? They're called like data streams, and it's going to redirect all of that to standard out. So everything that we type in and everything that that comes back is going to be redirected to standard out. That's going to let us see what's going on inside the terminal. So we're just going to copy the command. We're going to run it through the web shell. So the web shell is over here. And we're just going to do 0 equals our reverse shell command. So just paste it in. Ooh, that didn't get pasted in. Hold on, we need to go to the clipboard for the attack box. Okay, now we can paste it in. Okay. Paste in the command and then run the command. So when we run the command, we can check back at our netcat listener to see if it received a connection. It did not receive a connection. So what? I wonder what went wrong. Let me check one more time. Nighthawk says, copy paste is one of the reasons why I'm annoyed using Unix GUI is so flaky. Yeah, it's not super ideal, but the reason why I use the attack box is that everybody has access to the attack box. Makes it a lot easier for people to follow along. Okay, so there could be a number of different issues that are happening here. I'm gonna guess that there's something wrong with the encoding. So I'm gonna try URL encoding this payload with this website right here. We value your privacy. Sure you do. Okay, so we encode the payload, and we'll try this again. We could also prepend with echo. There's a few different things we could do. Let me try this first. Okay, so we need to go and paste this in again. So basically, sometimes the server doesn't like it when you use special characters in your web requests, and we're actually trying to get the machine to run special commands through these web requests. Kumara says, does the query parameter need to be passed in double quotes or something like that? Well, sometimes. Generally, when you URL encode something, it should take care of all of that. Okay, so this time the web page is stuck. It's running, which means that it probably is running the command. So we'll go back to here. Okay, so we've got a reverse shell. So we received a connection from the web server, and now we have access on our attack box. Okay, so we've got, oh, it's got some weird quirks here. So every time we type in something, the thing is doubled. Okay, so the first thing we like to do when we get access directly to through a reverse shell is we like to upgrade our shell. Because the netcat shell by itself doesn't have very many capabilities, and there's lots of limitations. So we'll try to figure out which Python command is running. So no Python. Which Python 3? No Python 3? Which Python 2? There's no Python 2. No, okay. I think, we don't really have a functioning shell right now because I don't think we can run any commands. Oh, we can run commands. Okay, that's good. Adamul says the VMs for AOC challenges have been buggy recently. Well, I mean, these are older AOC challenges, so I mean they've always been kind of buggy. Okay, so I think there's one more command we can use. We can use the script command to get upgraded shell. So let's see, Linux. Actually, you know what? We can also try to figure out if there's BusyBox on this machine. Which BusyBox? No BusyBox. The doubling has to do with the IO stream. Yeah, sometimes the weird stuff can happen. Which LS? LS is a built-in, so there's always going to be LS. So Linux script netcat shell upgrade. Let me search this. So we're looking for the script command. Most of the time there is Python available on these servers, but this time there isn't. So upgrading simple shells to fully interactive TTYs. Oh, is my network connection down? No, it isn't. Okay. Hold on. Python PTY using SOCAT. Upgrading netcat with magic. Magic. Okay, this isn't what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm looking for this. Nope, this isn't what I'm looking for either. Okay, so there is actually something else we could do. Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. I have a suspicion that bad encoding's being passed around. Yeah, so there's something else we could do. Let's go back. We'll just, oh, you know what? You know what we could do from here? We could actually host something. Okay, so on this machine, we're going to use, oh, what is it called? So this utility right here can be used to create binaries that give you reverse shell connections. So let me look up what the command looks like. I've got in my notes. Okay, so this is the command over here. This is why I take notes. I take notes so that I can, repeat the same stuff over and over again. Okay, let's put in the command. So the attack box should have the MSF Venom command here. So this is going to create a binary that we can run. That'll give you a reverse shell connection. And we need to put in the IP address. Okay, so when we run this file, it's going to create a file called reverse.elf that we can upload and run on the target. So the thing we need to do is we need to host this file. So we can host the file by using the Python 3 module http.server on port 80. Port already in use. Okay, we can't use port 80. We'll use port 44. We'll use port 443. Port already in use. Okay, we're going to have to use another port. How about we use port 8888? Okay, so we're now serving the current directory on port 8888, and we just need to download the binary from this attacker box. Let's make another new tab, and we're going to craft the command we're going to give here. So we're going to do a wget. Actually, we don't know if we have wget or not. Okay, which wget? There's no wget. Which curl? There's no there's no curl. Which bash? No bash. Maybe there's no which. There's no which command. That can't be true. So we got direct access, but we're not finding any of the stuff that we want. We can run ls. Yeah, this shell is no good. Okay, let's go back to the web app. So the web app, we know that the web app commands work. And in fact, I think we might want to run some commands from the web app here. So which Python doesn't give us an answer. Which Python 2? Which So the web server is not giving us results anymore. That's weird. The shell is haunted. Maybe. I mean, ls works. So I think the which command just doesn't work. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just try to run some wget. We'll just assume it's there. We'll wget on our attack box IP 10.65.114.209, and we'll access it on port 8888, and we'll download reverse.elf. Let's see if this works. So we can go back to our terminal, and we'll see if it got downloaded. It didn't get downloaded. Okay, SXMVP says, I'm trying to catch up with AOC challenges, and my brain is so fried that I read reconnaissance as renaissance at some point and didn't even question it. I hope you're doing okay, SXMVP. I hope you're all right. Okay, so we're serving the thing. So apparently we can't use the which command, which is kind of not very fun. We can move into this directory. What do we got? Oh, you know what else we could do? we could move into the let's see. Nighthawk says I'm struggling on side quest when wondering where to look next. Best of luck to you, man. Okay. So if we were looking for the wget command, it would normally be in user bin wget. So let's just move over there. User bin. So do I see wget in here? There is no wget, so the command doesn't exist. Jason says, check if all the standard bins exist in there. And Jason says, good night, it's already early morning. Late night, no worries, Jason. Thank you very much for coming by, and we'll see you next time. So the other thing that we could use is we could use the curl command to download files. So let me figure out where the curl command is normally. So it's usually in user bin curl. So user bin, we'll just go up here. It's going to take a little while to look for if there is the curl command. I don't see it. ls grep curl. So curl does exist. I do see which, implying that your bad shell has no path. Oh, was there which? Which is in here, yeah. So echo path. There's no path at all. That's kind of funny. I haven't had the brain to even try side quests this year. Yeah, I mean, if I could cover side quests, that would be nice, but I don't think I can. So, I'm not. I'm gonna ignore it this year. Okay, so from here, I guess I need to figure out how to use curl to download files. Curl command download file out file. You can cover it in January. Okay, so the curl output is going to be curl o output file name URL. This is good. So we're just going to build up a command here. So output file name is going to be /temp reverse.elf and then the URL. So the URL we're going to use is we just need to make sure that we have the correct attack box URL here. Oh, sorry, the IP. Copy that. So we're just building our command here. HTTP this thing reverse. Oh, it has to be on port 8888. Reverse dot elf. And let's see if this command works. Copy that. Go back to the web server. Yeah, we'll do it from the web server. That's probably the best way to do it. But if we do it from the web server, we also need to URL encode it. So we encode this. Okay, and then go back to the web shell and give this command instead to download the file. So we need to check to see if the file was downloaded. The file was downloaded. We can see from the server logs here, and we just need to make this executable, and then we can get our reverse shell. Hopefully this reverse shell is going to be a lot stronger than the previous one. In the previous one, we're just going to get out of here. We're going to establish a new listener on port 443. Okay, and then back at the web shell, we're going to execute the command to give us a reverse shell. So chmod 777 on temp reverse.elf. Okay, after we run that, we're just going to check to see if the file permissions are okay. So the file permissions on reverse.elf are all correct here. I think which was not working because it was not encoded. I mean, it shouldn't really matter when we were doing it from the reverse shell. But yeah, let's run temp reverse.elf, and now it's stuck. It's stuck because we've got reverse shell access over here. Great, this is a much better shell. It doesn't do the doubling. Which Python? No Python. There really is no Python, huh? Huh. Okay. Well, at least we don't have the doubling problem. So from here, I guess we can try to get some privilege escalation, which is trying to upgrade our access to like the root user or something. First of all, we want to figure out what users there are. There's only the root user. There are no other regular users. So we can probably confirm this. So yeah, so there are no other regular users on the system. But anyways, the point of the exercise wasn't to root this server. It was to demonstrate how to do file upload attacks. So yeah, what did we do to get our file upload attacks working? So we identified 3 things. Let's talk about them. In before root, I don't think we're getting root in this case. Okay, so let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. File upload attacks. So file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within the uploaded malicious files. So we demonstrated this by uploading a web shell and then running a bunch of commands from the web shell, thus giving us additional access. So file upload condition is the first condition. We need to get the file upload attack working. So there has to be a file upload function on the web app. We need the ability to execute code. So even if we're able to upload malicious files, if we can't execute the code, it doesn't work. And we need to know the upload location. So even if the application can execute code and we can upload files, if we don't know where to access those files, if we don't have access to them, then it is not viable as an attack. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool network hacking workshop, we're going to be learning how to escalate privileges on Linux servers. So this is called privilege escalation, and yeah, we'll spend the next couple of classes talking about this to round out the course. All right, so we can move on to the next topic. That means I'm going to have to get rid of all of my TryHackMe stuff. Okay, and we'll do topic number 3. So topic number 3 for today, we're doing Advent of Code. So Advent of Code is a big event that they do on every Christmas. Well, not Christmas, but December. From December 1st to December 24th or 25th. I'm not completely sure. But you can access it from over here. And we're going to be doing Advent of Code 2025. They're doing a full month. I don't think they do a full month generally. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Michael Lazembow. Thank you. Okay, so if we go back to one of the previous days, they do go up to 25, but they don't go for the entire month. I was thinking about, yeah, let's go ahead and try to do the day number 1 from 2025. Okay, I'm pretty sure that you can make your own account over at Advent of Code because Xmetric says, I tried solving them with one-liners. I got to like day 8 before giving up back in 2024. Oh, nice. Then solved it with non-one-liners. No worries, no worries. But it's pretty impressive if you manage to get solve the challenges with one-liners. Michael asks, is this a question or a statement? It's free. Yeah, this is free. You just need to sign up for an account. Okay, so we're going to be doing our coding over here for, well, since we don't do a lot of coding, so we're just going to be using Nano to do our coding. Hold on. Okay, it's free statement. Okay, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we're going to do here. On the plus side, I finished all my advents of code for the year. Awesome, that's great. That's great, Nighthawk. Okay, so let me go ahead and stop the clock. We'll put 60 minutes on the clock. Hopefully we can get the first day done within 60 minutes. We'll see. I am not a very good coder, but I'm trying to get better. So let's make a directory called AOC day 1. We'll be working inside of here. Let's make a file called day1.py, and we're going to be writing our code in here. First day is usually so simple anyone can do it with zero coding skill. Well, I guess we'll see. All right, so what's going on so day 1, secret entrance. So the elves have good news and bad news, project management given for tools. So the password seems to have been changed for the North Pole. Due to security protocols, the password is locked in the safe below. Please see the attached document for the new combination. Great. Nighthawk says, more than one of these I did in Excel to check my code. You can do it in Excel? That's interesting. Anyways, I'm just going to copy the description for the challenge. And then I'm going to paste it into my walkthrough. So while we're working on these exercises, we're going to try to document our work, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So we're going to do this for Advent of Code 2015 day. Whoa, this is not 2015. Hold on. We'll make one for 2025. Well, I actually considered doing the challenges from 2015, but maybe I'll do the ones from 2015 later. So the URL for the challenge, we need the description for the challenge. We need the concept for completing the challenge, and we need the code to solve the challenge. I see you missed a few years worth. Well, we're kind of jumping around. So the description of the challenge is this. Let me paste it in. Okay, so we got all of the description for the challenge here. We need to get the URL for the challenge. It is here. The concept for the challenge. I read over the challenge concept a little bit earlier in the day, and I think the concept for the challenge in this case is modular arithmetic, because we're dealing with dials. So if we're talking about a dial that goes from 0 to 0 to 99, and then after 99 it resets back to 0. So if we're dealing with, well, okay, before we talk about this, let's read the entire description. So the safe is a dial with only with an arrow on it, and around the dial are numbers through 0 and 99 in order. As you turn the dial, it makes a small click noise as it reaches each number. So the attached document, your puzzle input, contains a sequence of rotations, one per line, which tell you how to open the safe. A rotation starts with an L or an R, which indicates whether the rotation should be to the left, towards lower numbers, or to the right, towards higher numbers. Then the rotation has a distance value, which indicates how many clicks the dial should be rotated in that direction. So if the dial were pointing at 11, a rotation of R8 would cause the dial to be point at 19. So this is R means addition, and L means subtraction. So after that, a rotation of L19 would cause it to point at 0, okay, because the dial is in a circle. Turning the dial left from 0 one click makes it point at 99. Similarly, turning the dial right from 99 one click makes it point at 0. So if the dial were pointing at 5 and a rotation of L10 would cause it to point at 95. So L goes to 0 and then it goes from 0 to 95. After that, a rotation of R5 would cause it to point at 0. The dial starts by pointing at 50. So you could follow the instructions, but your recently required official North Pole secret entrance security training seminar taught you that the safe is actually a decoy. The actual password is the number of times the dial is left pointing at 0 after any rotation in the sequence. So what we need to do is we need to keep track of how many times the result is 0. Okay, so they do a bunch of rotations. It's left pointing at 0, 1, 2, 3 times. So in this case, the password is the number 3. So analyze the rotations in the attached document. What's the actual password to open the door? So I think what we should do is we should keep track of a few different things. So the dial goes from 0 to 99. The dial starts at 50. We should write some functions. So we should write some functions which take in an instruction and adjusts the dial result. And if the dial result is at 0 after an instruction, we need to add to a counter, which keeps track. Okay, so I think these are the things we need to understand while we're writing this code. So let's go ahead and start. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set our dial position. Dial position is going to be an integer. It starts at the number 50. And I guess the other things we could do, we need to import a list, because, well, we're not really importing a list. We've got a bunch of puzzle input over here. So the puzzle input is going to be different for each user, but it's a big list of instructions to solve the thing. We're just going to select it all. Whoops, select it all, and then copy it. Inside of our terminal here, we can create a list. We can create let's create a instructions.txt and paste in all these instructions. What we need to do is we need to take these instructions and we need to put them in Python list format. And so we can just run cat, and then we can separate these. I'm pretty sure we can separate these using the tr command. So tr will translate every line break. So -n/n, and we'll replace it with a comma. like this. So this is going to create our list. But the other thing about this is that this isn't the correct format, because when we put it inside of Python, we're going to have to treat each one of these as a string. So I think before we turn this into a list, we need to put some quotes around each one of these lines. So okay, Xmetric says replace L with double quote. Replace L with double quote and then L with minus and then bam, positive and negative numbers. You know, that's probably a good way to do it. So this would be like a list of integers, right? Okay. So this is what we can do. Cat instructions and then tr to replace r with nothing, yeah, as Xmetric suggested, and then we can tr replace L with the minus character. Ooh, what happened here? When non-truncating set 1, string 2 must be non-empty. String 2 must be non-empty. So, I mean, we can replace it with just a space then. Okay, good. So this is our list. And then we can separate it by getting rid of the line breaks and replacing those with commas. And the last thing we need to do is we need to get rid of these spaces here. So we delete the spaces. Oh yeah. We can just delete the R instead. So TRR into D, right? TRD, all of the R's. Okay, that's good. This is good. TLDRs, yeah, of course. Okay, now we've got our list that we can put into Python, right? Oh. So let's just highlight everything. Ooh, that's a really big list. Okay, just highlight everything. And then put into Python. So dial position equals 50. I guess list of instructions. List of instructions is going to be a list, and then we just paste everything in. Okay, good. And Hasparati says, "Sorry for the backseat driving. Let me know that it's not that if that's not cool. No worries. I mean, I'm not a good programmer. I need suggestions. I mean, I guess this isn't really the programming part yet, but yeah, I like taking suggestions from the audience is fine. Okay, so Hawa Hero, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And it looks like Xmetric knows you. Nice to see friends in chat. Okay, so we've pasted in all of our instructions. Okay, these should work. So we need to write a little script. Sorry, not a script, a function. So the function is going to be called Xmetric says Hasbury says, I think for many people these days, shell might as well be programming. Well, I mean, it's not exactly the same. Xmetric suggests that we could use a simple math function that adds 2 to 99 and end up at 1. I think what we can do is we can use the modulo operation. So we're going to call this dial math. So dial math will take in the instruction. And what do we do with the dial math? So the dial math is going to be instruction plus dial position. So instruction plus dial position, and oh, another thing we need to do is we need to include the zero counter. So the zero counter starts at 0, and we need to keep track of how many times the dial ends up at 0 after an operation. Okay, so instruction plus dial position, and we need to modulo that. Modulo, in this case, it's 99. Wait, is it 99 or 100? Yeah, because it can never be 100. It has to be modulo 100. And we need to, oh, I guess we can call this something. Result equals this thing, and then we need to define the dial position. So the dial position equals result. But this will get kind of tricky because this is a global variable. I just need to figure out how to include global variables inside of or how to modify global variables with our functions in Python. Is this advent of code day 1? Yeah, this is advent of code day 1. Bit 008. You've probably done this already, right? So Python modify global variable in function. Nighthawk says, good news, Python is globally quite leaky. Yeah, I solved it. Oh, no worries, no worries. That's not very surprising. Losing global keyword. Okay, so declare a global variable outside of a function, so counter equals 0. So let's see. Use the global keyword to refer to the global variable global counter. Okay, so we just need to define global inside of the function. So dial position is here. Global dial position. Okay, Nighthawk says, I took a dare and solved all these in Rust with Excel as my double checker. I gotta say, I don't like Rust. I don't like Rust. Well, I mean, some people really like Rust. Of course, you're gonna encounter some unique problems when you're solving these coding problems using different languages, of course. Okay, so global dial position, result equals instruction plus dial position modulo 100. And then, oh, the other thing that we need to do is we need to iterate over this, right? So dial position equals result. And the last thing we need to do is for the length of list of instructions, we need to do the thing, right? Is this part 1 or part 2? This is part 1. We need to run the dial math on, let's see, for I in length of list of instructions. No, so we would just do for I in list of instructions, right? For I in list of instructions, dial math I. Dial math I, and let's see. I guess what we can do inside of the dial math function here, we can also if result equals 0, then 0 counter plus equals 1. Or actually 0 counter plus plus. This should work, right? Donamine says, is it worth $7? Is it worth the $7 in TryHackMe for premium subscription to continue whirling by myself? You can try it for a month. Try it for a month, you know. $7 isn't a super big amount of money. So if you're not satisfied at the end of the month, then you can not pay it again. It's good. Okay, so I think we also need to do global 0 counter. Okay. So the last thing we want to do is print the 0 counter is, what is it again? It's like this, 0 counter. Bit says, I think that won't work for a specific edge case, but I will let you figure it out. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Okay, so we just wrote out the code. Then we will run the code. So Python, oh, this is in the day 1 folder. Python day1.py, invalid syntax. Okay, so this is not the syntax they want. Okay, and then do it without space. Oh, okay, let's try it out. Still says invalid syntax. We'll try it this way. Okay, so it came back and it says that the 0 counter is 1168. So, well, I can see if I can try it out to see if it worked. We'll go back to the page for Advent of Cyber here and paste it in, submit. That's the right answer. Okay, so that one worked out. So I guess people tell me that there's a part 1 and a part 2, and it says you got 1 gold star closer to decorating the North Pole. Continue on to part 2. All right, we'll go over to part 2 over here, and we're going to record the code that we used. So what was the edge case that you thought might not work? I mean, it's okay. I mean, we're all here to learn. I'm actually kind of interested to know what you think would be the edge case. Okay, so wow, this is really big. Okay, let me just copy it all. Then we will save this to our GitHub. Okay, so the concept is modular arithmetic, and the code, we'll just paste in the Python code here. All right, so I guess it looks like there's also a part 2. Maybe we'll call this one part 1. So this will be day 1, part 1. And then we'll also do one for part 2. So Bit says, I remember I was having issues when doing the negative operation and had to add 100. Doing the negative operation and having to add 100. Oh, I mean, I think, uh-oh. The main branch does not contain the path. Walkthroughs, Advent of Code, 2015. Hold on. Uh-oh, I think I might have lost all. I lost everything. Okay, that's fine. Some coding languages can mod negative values fine. I think, yeah, Python handles it okay. Uh, okay, where did I? Oh, dang, I lost it. Oh, no, wait. It saved it to. Nope, it didn't save it. It's here. Oh, no, no, it. Yeah, okay. I didn't lose it. That's good. All right, so we can continue on. We'll call this day one, part two. Day 01, part 2.md. Okay. So as usual, we need our URL, our, what is it, instructions, the concept, and the code. Okay, let's take a look. So here we've got different stuff. So this is part 2. We'll record it. So what are our instructions? I don't know. I haven't read this stuff yet. So the elves have good news and bad news. The good news is that they've discovered project management. This has given them the tools that they need to prevent their usual Christmas emergency. For example, they know now that the North Pole decorations need to be finished soon so the other critical tasks can start on time. The bad news is that they realize they have a different emergency. According to the resource planning, none of them have any time left to decorate the North Pole. Okay? Wait. So this is okay, part 2, part 2. Right. The first half of the puzzle is complete. It provides 1 gold star. Part 2. So you're sure that it's the right password, but the door won't open. You knock and nobody answers. You build a snowman while you think. Click on subscribe. I mean, you can click on subscribe if you like, if you enjoy the content. Thank you very much. Vix DLL, thank you. Okay. As you're rolling the snowballs for your snowman, you find another security document that must have fallen in the snow. Due to the new security protocols, please use the password method. Okay, so they got hex numbers here. You remember from the training seminar that method this means that you're actually supposed to count the number of times any click causes the dial to point at 0, regardless of whether it happens during a rotation or at the end of one. Following the same rotations, the dial points at 0 a few extra times during its rotation. Following the same rotations as the example above, the dial points at 0 a few extra times during its rotations. Henke asks, what are we doing today? Yeah, so we're currently doing Advent of Code for 2025. Howard Harrow says, "I already did it, bro." Oh yeah, I mean, lots of people have done this. It's very popular, and it's already 15 days in. So following the same rotations as the above example, the dial points at 0 a few extra times during its rotations. So the dial starts pointing at 50. The dial is rotated 68. During this rotation, it points at 0 once. Okay. All right. So we need to figure out how many times it passes the threshold. So as an example, the dial points at 0 3 times at the end of the rotation, plus 3 more times during the rotation. So in this new example, the new password would be 6. Be careful, if the dial were pointing at 50, then a single rotation like R1000 would cause the dial to point at 0 10 times before returning back to the number 50. So using the password method, what is the password to open the door? So Kumara says, I'm still thinking of what you did there. Mod sum by 100. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. So what happens? Although it hasn't changed, you can still get your puzzle input. So the puzzle input is the same in this case. It's just we just need to adjust it so that it adds to. How do we do this? Okay, let's go back to. So this is day one. So the day one code isn't going to work for this for this part of the exercise. We're just gonna copy it. To day one, part two. Okay, FurnaceX says, I did part two a really dumb way. What's up? Sick in the mind, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little bit of coding right now over at Advent of Code. So we're just doing the first day of 2025. We've moved on to part two. So I would change R3. So R3 and separate it into R1, 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 etc. Oh, really? That's interesting. So I mean, we've still got our file over here for the instructions. Wait, is it not here anymore? Oh, it's not here anymore. Oh, no, 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 no. The file is in the other directory. Okay, so FurnoSec says you changed R3 into R1, R1, R1. So Bit says there are two ways to solve this one that come to mind. Two reasonable ways. You can brute force it like Furno said, and that was one approach. So I think the way we could do it here is that in the instructions, there are some of these instructions are really large numbers, and so Furnos did separation. So separation, anytime the number was larger than 100, they separated it. Furnos separated into multiple instructions. So L like 927 would turn into L L100 times 9 and then 27 or something like that. So at least I think that's how it works. So let's see. Furno says my program would read in L927, then split it up into 127 L instructions to be processed. Oh, and so you did it one digit at a time. So if you do it one digit at a time, that means you'll never. Okay, that's actually very interesting. So you can do a range for each for add or subtract one by one, and then count the numbers it passes on zero. So let's go back in. So list of instructions. List of instructions remains the same. The dial position starts at 50 as usual. Zero counter is going to be here. And we just need to modify the dial math function so that it does these one digit at a time. So you do a range for each entry, add or subtract one by one, and then count the numbers that it passes on zero. So result equals instruction plus dial position modulo 100. I mean, I guess this would be inherently different. Dial math is fine. You just need to add another loop. So if result equals 0, then 0 counter plus equals 1, dial position equals result. So I guess what we would need is we would need like an inner loop over here. And we need to, Okay. Frono says, my program would read in L927, then split that up into 127 L instructions to be processed. So the dial math doesn't change. You just call dial math a bunch more. Okay, so that would mean that everything here remains exactly the same. But the for loop changes. So for I in list of instructions, doing plus or minus I a number of times. Okay, so so for I in list of instructions, Dalmath I, what does it look like? Divided by I divided by 10. I divided by 10. I don't know if 10 is going to get the job done. I times I want the example to, okay, let me just think about this for a sec. If the value is L609, we need to loop to do the dial math function for -1 609 times. So you need an inner loop that iterates over range absolute I. That's some good advice for NSEC. So, but the instruction, if the instruction is R10, you would do dial math +1 10 times. So if the instruction is L10, you would do dial math -1 10 times. So for I in list of, so let's see, dial math 1 if I is greater than 0, else -1. Okay, so if I is greater than 0, then dial math one times I. Else dial math -1 times absolute ABS of I. Okay, and eventually, well, okay, let's see let's see if this works. And then finally, it's going to print out the zero counter is something, something, something. Okay, we'll save this out. We'll run the code. Let's see, range 10 loops 10 times. Let's go back in. Dial math. Okay, this doesn't work. Dial math 1 times. How does that syntax go? So I mean the dial math function returns none. Now how do we get it to run x number of times? I mean I want it to run x number of times. Did you read your list of instructions into it? Dial math didn't return anything, or is it your array? Okay, so I'm just going to wrap my head around what the syntax is supposed to look like. So for I in list of instructions, each time we look at it, if I is greater than 0, then it's a positive number. Or else dial math, or else it's a negative number. Dial math for range in we would do another for loop here. For digits in I. No. For just means you don't care about value. Okay, so fernosec dial math. Alternatively, for something in range I, dial math. So for in range of I, we run the dial math each time. Else for in range of absolute of I, run the negative dial math. Okay, so let's see if this works. Now the counter is higher, okay? Oh, geez. I think I learned something today. I think I learned something today about modular math. Okay, let's see if this works. Can also move the for loop outside of the if. So let's see. The for loop, So absolute -1 equals 1 is equal to 1 equals to absolute 1. Okay, let me check my answer. That's the right answer. Okay, so you've completed day one. Um, let's catch up with the chat. I am I'll iterate again. I'm not much of a coder. So every time I do one of these exercises, I end up learning a bunch of coding concepts. So Furnace X says for underscore in range of I dial math one. Okay, underscore just means that you don't care about the value. You can also move the loop outside the if, since for something something always works. Clean up the code now. So what I did was do the math, then while the loops are plus 100 or minus 100 again and again, but the division should have worked too. Okay, okay. So the dial math is fine. What Furnace was talking about move the for loops outside the if. So the for loops are here. I mean, don't we need this to be in this syntax? So you pre-calculated the entire input to an array beforehand? Yeah, yeah. Up here we took all of the instructions and we boiled them down to negative numbers and positive numbers. And we did that outside of the Python program. So let's see. Bit says a smarter way would be to count the number of revolutions each instruction does. For example, R200 are 2 revolutions, so you'll know that the number of times it passes by 0. So this is also valid Python. Yeah, let me take a look at Furnace code here. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's take a look at Furnace code. So we got 4i in instructions. 4i in instructions. So each instruction is going to have a number. So for something, for underscore in range absolute of I, move the dial -1 if I is above 0, else 1. Okay, I mean that seems like a simplified way of doing what I'm doing. Yeah, that's very elegant. I like it. But okay, let me copy my code over. Okay, it's not super it's a bit messy, but it works. So the concept is it's still modular math. So Sick of the Mind says, here's one that I wrote up. It takes input in the native format. Oh, you mean it takes in the L's and the R's? Yeah, let me take a look at that. Okay, so we will go back. So this is Sick in the Mind's code. And you know what? Let's go in and let's take a look at it in the code editor. Okay, so in this case, we save the thing. We save the input to a file. So click equals 0, read input from the file path. Yeah, this is a pretty cool script as well. For no sec, here's my solution in Rust. I mean, I'm not going to be able to understand. Well, I might be able to understand some of the code when we're talking about Rust. Okay, so read in the return the list line strip for each thing. This is how we populate it, right? Mm, list. How do we? So we run the read input, global click. So where do we run the read input? Okay, so read input is defined over here, and that creates the list. It has unit tests. Main passes it off to rotate, and then just read main first. So the main function does dial equals 50, input matrix equals read input on input. So this is how we populate it. So for line in input matrix, if L in line, rotation operator equals minus, else rotation operator equals plus, and then the rotation is going to be adjust now based on rotation operation. The integer of string is digit line, and then we run the rotate function. So the rotate function is here. So the rotate function dial rotation operation, global click. So current dial in position, if rotation operation equals plus, steps at 0 equals 100, minus, else 100. Oh, okay. I'm actually interested to try this one out because this is a cool script if it's able to read in like in the list of instructions as well. Okay, so what was the name of the file though? Hold on, I need to go back in. So open file path. So file path is, where is it defined? Input. So the name of the file should be called input. Okay, so let me try putting it in. We'll move the instructions into this directory, and then we'll rename it input. And then we can run the script. Yeah, this is pretty cool. It's what AOC called it. No worries, no worries. Um, Germanus Pentester best course 0 to 100. I mean, the best course for doing pen testing, that's hard. I mean, generally when you want to do pen testing, you want to aim for, some stuff in certification. A lot of people say that the best certification out there right now, like bang for your buck, is going to be like Hack the Box. What is it called again? CPTS? Yeah, CPTS. If you wanted to learn more information about this is the link. But qualifying to do this to get this certification, it's not for the faint of heart. It's going to take you at least, I think it's going to take you a couple of years, if you're studying full time to be able to get this certification. Okay, Sick of the Mind says I have a GPen and OSCP. If I do it, it'll be a nice to have, but I don't I don't care. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's very well regarded, and people have been talking a lot about this as a potential replacement for OSCP. Of course, OSCP is still the gold standard. I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. Bit008 says, "Can I share mine?" Yeah, yeah, you can share yours. Everybody else is sharing theirs. Okay, so Bit008, you can give me a link, either GitHub or something else, and we'll give it a shot. The other certification that everybody wants to aim for is called the OSCP. And the OSCP is pen 200. Is it 200? The unfortunate thing is that it's kind of an expensive certification. Pasteman for part 2? Yeah. Thank you. Let me take a look. So wait, what's the pen 100 then? Let me see if I can. There's no pen 100. Okay, so let me take a look at this. This is part 2. So 0 count equals 0, and with open file name something something. Let me copy this. Why am I getting so many dating ads? Jeez. We'll go back in and we'll call this one bit. Okay, so this one is very short. Pen 100 is Kali Linux Certified Professional. Okay, so with open file name R is F, then R. Oh, so okay. So the file that we're supposed to be dealing with is called R. Dial equals list, so we create a list of different we created a list of different instructions. So 0 count equals 50, x equals 0 count equals 0, x equals 50 for turn in dial. Then 0 count plus equals the absolute of the turn, and we divide that by 100. So we get a number, and a equals 1. A equals 1 if turn is less than. Oh, okay. This is how we determine like positive or negative, where we're going with the math. And then rem equals a times turn modulo 100. So the remainder. So the remainder is here. The x is the dial position. It's going to be modified by the result of remainder. And if x is greater than or equal to 100, or x is greater than or equal to 0, and x is not the same as remainder. Death Star Inferno, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And double slash indicates floor integer division. Okay, 0 count is going to be added to or incremented by 1. X modulo equals 100. What is this operation modulo equals? X equals X modulo 100. Oh, okay. That's a shorthand. I've never seen this I've never seen this one before. Okay, so let's give this a try. So we'll rename input to R, and then we'll run the code. File name is not defined. Name. Oh. Hold on. So do we name it file name? Where's the bug in my code? Variable, not a file name. Oh, you can cut part. Oh, file name equals name of file before. Okay, so we need to go back in. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Rectify. Reactify. File name equals, just called it file name. Nothing printed out. Did I copy everything? Definitely didn't have a print instruction. Yeah. So, okay, let's go back in. We need to print the thing. Print 0 count. Actually, we can do this as an F string. The 0 counter reads this. Okay, done. Great. Need to have Neo's eyes to see the final result. Of course. Trace Python 3 bit 00 .py to get the final result. Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the final thing we're doing today. So we're going to be doing more. This was a lot of fun. Doing some coding. We might go on to day 2 sometime. We're not going to be doing one of these every time we stream, but we'll be doing a few more of these before the end of the year. Furnisec, what about your solution? Oh, wait, didn't I already? Hold on. Furnisec, what's your solution? Okay, so I almost had to get to R2. Almost had to get to R2 before getting the answer. Hold on. Okay, so this is Rust. I mean, how do you run Rust from so what are Rust files? What are Rust file extensions, first of all? And what is the command to run a Rust? Well, you need to compile this, right? Rust needs to be compiled. Hold on. Bit008 says, I don't even know what Rust is. It's another. So we've got. So we have a unit test. Okay, so the unit test is here. .rs, since this has no dependencies, rustc main.rs works. We can run it directly from the command line. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, so this is the code. Copy it, then go to, I don't know, we'll make it something called furnos.rc rs, or yeah, create the file, paste in the Rust code. There's some weird indentation in here. Is this indentation correct? I think I might have gotten mangled. Signal9 says that code was so lean I want to punch myself. Hold on. It looks like we need to fix up the indentation. Oh, this is a big pain in the butt though. Can I copy it? When I copied it directly from here, yeah, it didn't work. We could use Vim. I guess we could use Vim. Hold on. I think there might be. This also takes in the, does this code take in like the file? Yeah, it uses an input file. Okay. There's a view raw button on CentOS near the top. That would help it a lot. So view raw, then select all, then copy, then go in here. We'll just get rid of what we already have, and then paste in the new stuff. Okay, paste it in, and then this looks good. So what do we need to rename this file? So it's currently file name. Is it called input? Input file. Oh, it's called input. Okay. So we'll rename this to input. And then we will run the Rust file. So it's called rustc. Oh, is this installed? It's not installed. Just for you, Furnosec. Yeah, Furnos doesn't have rustc by default. I think I need to turn off my antivirus right now because apt update first. Okay, so sudo apt update and sudo apt install rustc. Okay, 404s mean your internal package listings are pointing at the wrong places. Oh, okay. All right. In the meantime, while this is while this is installing, we can talk about what we're going to be doing for the last portion of the stream. So the last portion of the stream, we're going to be covering some challenges from echoCTF. So echoCTF is one of our favored hipster CTF platforms. You can make an account for free. I always apt update at least once every 3 to 5 days since the last time I need to install or update something. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the HackMex CTF over here. They've got a lot of CTF boxes we can take a look at. So if you want to work on the same stuff that we're doing, then you can use that link. Okay, so we should be able to run rustc now. Rustc furnos.rs, and do we need to run it with any arguments? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, let's give it a shot. That'll compile it. It'll make a binary called furnos. Okay, run furnos. Wow, that's pretty cool. It did part 1 and part 2. Do you enjoy using Rust, Furnosec? Let me know. I hear that Rust is really good about there. I mean, I don't really know what the some developers really like Rust. Anyways, we can go ahead and finish off and then start the new thing. I'm a Rust enjoyer. That's great. That's great to hear. I mean, I'm not too sure when the next time I'm gonna learn another like major computer language is. I find the whole online debates about it really annoying. I'm also a Rust enjoyer. Great, great. I mean, I'm not gonna discount anybody's opinions on programming languages. It's all fine. Okay, so to do this network, we need to download a VPN key. In fact, what I should do right now is I should probably set myself a time limit. Okay, so FurnaceX says you can write bad code in any language. It does fundamentally fix a specific class of vulnerabilities. So I heard is it memory safety or like use after free? What is the vulnerability that is mitigated by using Rust? I mean, I guess I could look it up, but I've got experts here. Memory safe. Great, great, great. So I guess you're not gonna have like buffer overflows in Rust code, hopefully. All right, let's get out of here. And so I'm gonna run my VPN key from the downloads directory. I wonder if I have it downloaded here. So OpenVPN for echoCTF, OpenVPN. Okay, so sudo OpenVPN echoCTF.ovpn. Yay. So you can have unsafe. Unsafe, is that a function? Or unsafe as an argument for compiling? So you can have a safe wrapper for an unsafe kernel interaction. And you can audit the heck out of that unsafe part to make sure that nothing dodgy is about to happen. Sounds like a good way to do it. We'll rename this to our VPN connection. And then we will start up a container. Well, we need to figure out which challenge we're going to be using here. After finishing the binx on the SQ2 of THM, I was added to a group of people that finished it. Oh, side quest 2. Okay. Some guys were saying that the binary vuln wouldn't happen on Rust and that the binary was running the latest version of libc. Okay, so let's see the easier challenges up top. So the easier challenges on this network, so the HackMex one, are Cat Cabbage, Destroyer CMS, and Exhibit. I think we might do Exhibit then. Okay, let's go back. Let's go into the challenge here, and let's give it a shot. We present to you Exhibit VI. Exhibit VI? Okay, we'll power up the target. And then we'll start pen testing against this target after we get our IP address. Okay, powered up. Let's get our IP address. Oh, you know what? We don't have our music on right now. Let's start playing the music. Okay, we've got our IP address here, and so we're just going to do an nmap scan in this tab. Let's see, nmap. Okay, so when we run the nmap scan, we're probably not going to be too surprised. We got port 80 and port 22. It's a pretty classic combination for CTF boxes. And then we can take a look at what's going on the web server. So Red Team Rookie says, is there any platform where there are free AD machines to solve? Active Directory? Yeah, I could, I mean, I can point you towards some. So, what was it called? Hack My VM. Hack My VM has a number of Active Directory boxes. They're solitary boxes, but it's fine. Free options are tough, but you can order by Windows. and they've got all of these DC boxes. These are all Active Directory boxes. You can try them out. So aside from that, I think Volnix has some boxes as well. Volnix has some free Active Directory boxes. Let's see if I can pull those up. Filter by Windows. So I'm not too sure which ones of these boxes are Active Directory. What you want to do is before you do the challenge, you want to go in. FurnaceX says HD hack the box has 80 labs that show up fairly often. Goad is a thing if you have the resources to host. Yeah, Goad is another good example of something you can host on your own. So game of Active Directory. Eventually, I need to get back into Windows hacking stuff. I think the last time I did Windows hacking stuff was like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 months ago at this point. It's been a long time. Okay. I think I can get rid of... Oh, I still haven't completed this. Instructions. I'll just leave this blank, commit these changes. Okay, so we've got our Nmap scan. It's probably not going to find anything else. We've got our IP address. We might as well do some scans. Let's do a derb one real quick. That says next year we need a Shy Hat Advent of Code leaderboard. No worries, Red Team Rookie. Yeah, I mean, aside from that, there are quite a few free modules on TryHackMe as well. So TryHackMe, we'll look for. So Active Directory, we'll just search for this, and then we will go by free only. Not much here. In particular, there was like a network called the Reef Network. Always listen to the filter by network, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Filter by. So the network was called Reef. It's not here. But yeah, go ahead and search for that. I'm not having very much luck searching for it right now. Okay, so we scanned the web application here. We've got add-ons, admin, buttons, cache. So we've got some leads. We could probably just take a look at the web page itself to shortcut this a bit. Okay, so what is this? The Tiny Web Gallery. Tiny Web Gallery, register Tiny Web Gallery. So we've got a version number for this software being used. It's called Tiny Web Gallery 2.6. We can probably search for something. Huh. Nothing here. So is there something for Tiny Web Gallery in general? There is. So there are vulnerabilities. There are known vulnerabilities for this. There's RCE, there's cross-site scripting, but I mean, I guess from here. Oh, you know what? I think it would be good if we translated this, because it's in Spanish. Translate page from Spanish to English. So this is the demo gallery. Displays some demo folders with images and videos and how it's configured. The description is stored in pictures folder.txt. So this gives us a little bit of a clue as to how the web server might be organized. Or actually, is this an endpoint on the... No, this is not... Oh, but it's... Hold on, I misspelled the thing. Pictures... Okay, so this endpoint exists. But it's specifically folders, pictures/folder.txt. And Yamaguchi-san, hello Yamaguchi-san on YouTube. Hello, nice to see you here. OS, so we're currently using Kali Linux. So Linux is the answer. Pictures/folder.txt. Okay, so we have this. Let's try translating again. Oh, Ohio, you can read Japanese. Yeah, I can read some Japanese. I used to work in Japan for a little bit. Okay, change the previous title in the configuration or language files. You can download example settings in each of the folders. / Ajax proof over the overview.html file. Okay, so we got... Oh, you know what? We've got a bunch of... Huh. Please enter the password for the Gallery Mexico... Oh, this is locked. This one is locked. But these other ones might not be locked. Okay, cool. We can take a look at the stuff in here. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Abulfida Akmal. Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at the stuff in here, and so there's something funny about the way the URL parameters are in here. Let me demonstrate. GI on the good luck on the machines. I'm off. No worries, no worries. Fernosec, nice to see you here. And Cypher asks, good morning. What are we doing today? Cypher, did you type that out yourself, or did you translate that? Let me know, Cypher. And welcome to the stream. Hey, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's just get ourselves a sample text file to look at. So this is what we're looking at here. So we got TWG album equals 1 Davos, and TWG show equals X. So so show equals X. Does X mean yes? Does it mean... I'm kind of interested in doing some monkeying around here. So show equals O. I don't know what this actually does. So maybe TWD show equals nothing. How about that? Oh, interesting. So this... So show equals the item in the gallery. Show equals 10. Okay, so Leon asks, "Are you interested in the IoT field? Is it a good income in Canada?" I mean, you would probably learn a lot more. Sorry, not learn. You'd probably earn a lot more by working in the IoT field in the United States, but not everybody wants to live in the United States. So it's kind of if you're working in IoT or cybersecurity in Canada, you're probably earning a third of what you could potentially be earning if you worked in the United States. That's what I've heard. Night Blossom says, "I've tried learning Japanese on and off for years, and years always having to refresh hiragana and never advancing. It's tough. It's tough if you're not studying every day or exposing yourself to the language every day." So let's see. Cypher says, 3年間北海道に住んだからちょっとだけ日本語できる。Right. But yeah, I wonder if we can do some directory traversal here. Okay, so this cannot be found, and maybe it's not available anymore. Oh, you know what? They transformed it. Huh. They added an extra dot here for some reason. So I mean, we could probably do some local file inclusion. We just need to figure out how to get past this filter. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there's some sort of filter in place. Huh. Yeah, there's something fishy going on with this with the filter here. Okay, so let's take a look at the name of the challenge. The name of the challenge usually gives some indication as to how you finish it. So it's exhibit. So exhibit is, we're talking about the galleries. So we present you with the exhibit VI. So VI is 6, or I'm not too sure. What you'll do with it is up to you. Okay. So maybe we can talk about, so this is called like Tiny Web Gallery. Tiny Web Gallery local file inclusion. You can search for this. So Tiny Web Gallery is affected by several well-documented local file inclusion vulnerabilities, which can allow remote attackers to view sensitive information. Okay, so LFI. So I guess we should probably indicate the version of Tiny Web Gallery that's being used as well. We've got RCE. I suppose we should probably take a look at this just in case there's something that we can use. So this is Tiny Web Gallery is from version 2.6 is the version we're dealing with. The other thing that we could probably take a look at is if Tiny Web Gallery has default credentials. That we can use. Default admin password TWG and admin. The password is in the readme.txt on the website and on the installation page. What? What? TWG doesn't have fixed default login credentials. Instead, when installed via auto installers, you can set the admin username and password during setup. Although sometimes a generic admin might be used. Okay. And we're taking a look at some forums here. The password is in the readme.txt file on the website in the installation page. readme.txt and on the website on the installation page. TWG admin. So is there a readme.txt file that we can look at? Let's go back to the top. So pictures folders.txt, readme.txt in the installation folder. So it's not here. So there's an uninstalled directory, there's a skins directory, XML, pictures, lightbox, language. There's an HTML directory. Let's give that a shot. Protected area. You're not allowed to list this directory. Go to the main page and enter the gallery there. Okay, so nope, not here. So we found the folder.txt file in here. They tell us the password is in a readme.txt file and on the website on the installation page. So TWG admin. TWG admin. So does this exist on the current app? Is this an endpoint? No, it's not. Maybe this is in the HTML directory? There's an admin directory. I'm pretty sure the admin directory is going to redirect me to like a login page. So login to use TWG administration, username, password. I mean, is there something hiding in here? I don't think there is. I guess another thing we could look for is the installation directory. So TWG tiny web gallery installation directory. So tinywebgallery.com, if they've got a web like a GitHub page, then we could probably take a look at the file system like format. So I wonder if Tiny Web Gallery has like a GitHub page. Admin page. Oh, this is a WordPress plugin. Okay. Actually, let's look up Tiny Web Gallery plus our version 2.6 and GitHub. So we've got this remote code execution stuff here. I guess we might as well take a look while we're here. So this is for 2.5. So go to the upload image, localhost TWD, admin index, upload a FAR file, and then payload is going to be this. Go to the file link. Okay. So another thing we should probably take a look at is whether or not we can register a user inside the web app here. Because if we can log in normally, please enter the username password to use the extended features. So username password, I mean, is there a guest account? Wrong username and password. So I guess we can't make an account. Top tags, search. So this redirects us to login. HTML5 videos, okay. These are these locally hosted? Ooh, that's really loud. Okay, so twg show brahma.jpg. So this is a literal file name that's being included here. Right? This thing right here. So twg show this file name. We might be able to do our file inclusion attack here. Let's give it a shot. Okay, it it doesn't want to give us anything here. So twg album equals this thing and show GradXT says, I've recently graduated college. Congratulations, GradXT. Nice to see ya. Nice to see you here. And congratulations on graduating. Yeah. So this album cannot be found and may not be available anymore. So why does it transform these dots into these underscores? Okay, so if we're not dealing with dots, yeah, so it doesn't like dots. It doesn't like double dots. Single dots might be a different thing, of course. So there's a substitution that takes place. Yeah, every time it sees two dots, it turns it into the underscores. So how could we potentially get around this? Okay, let's... Oh, you know what? GradXT, let's give you a fun video redeem for graduate in college. Let's give you some Jurassic Park. Congrats.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so how do we URL encode those things? URL encode. Maybe try a PHP filter? Maybe. I mean, URL encode probably wouldn't work here anyways, but I mean, might as well give it a shot. Because, oh, this only encodes the slashes. Actually, it might work. Okay, we'll put it in here. CyberChef might encode dots as well. Okay, so, yeah. There's a not allowed character in album names. You can close and delete the session. So CyberChef? Actually, you know what? We can try Payload Playground. So this is a site that people say is like a better version of RevShills.com. I've had okay success. I've had success every once in a while using this stuff over here. So we're doing some local file inclusion. Okay, we got our prefix. The prefix in this case is TWG album name. Target system is Linux. I'm assuming everything's Linux here. Okay, target file path, etc. Password. Traversal technique is standard. We'll try some of this. Append null byte no. Traversal depth 4. Let's increase this. And it doesn't update automatically. Common file targets, etc. Password. There's also a wrapper technique. Oh, interesting. We can also do PHP filters here. Well, we can give this a try. What's the worst that could happen? It doesn't work? Blows up my computer? Okay, so this didn't... This is still... Huh. It also filtered out the // So the //... Okay, so... Yeah, there are some rules here that we're not... So // becomes something else, ... becomes something else. So if we do that // ... // Yeah, so we can do single dots, but double slashes or double dots all turn into underscores. Anita Big Click says not doing any Advent of Cyber. We did Advent of Cyber earlier on today. But yeah, you can, if you want to take a look at the Advent of Cyber stuff we did, you can check out the YouTube link. Ooh, where's my YouTube link? We did it for like the first hour and a half or so of this live stream. Here you go. The good thing about the YouTube live stream is that you can jump around. You try to PHP filter base64 encode too? Yeah, let's give that a try. So there's URL encoding. So this... Have you tried %2e to escape the dots? %2e. Okay, we'll try it out. So it is %2e. So %2e, we'll do it twice. Okay, so %2e doesn't work in this case. It gets turned into this censored image with the censor character. So I'm not too sure what else we could do here. PHP filter convert base64 resource equals etc. password. I'll give it a shot. I mean, by itself, it's not going to work because there's we can't have like double slashes. Double slashes get converted. So we need to... We might try URL encoding this. But it still might not work. But, you know, the important thing is that we try. Yeah, this gets converted, and then after it sees the double slashes, it modifies it. Okay, so this also lets you embed YouTube videos. So youtube.com. Is this actually from youtube.com? Can we put anything in here instead of youtube.com? Okay, if we can go in here and what is 3_youtube.com. Yeah, this doesn't actually resolve, but this is what they're using in the URL. It's a bit weird. This is the only port open. We've only got port 80. We have port 80 and we got port 22. We found, let's see, there's index.php, info.php. Info.php could be really good to look at, because info.php usually has a bunch of information we can parse through. Let's give it a shot. TWT intro gives you a basic check of your installation. Okay, so this isn't exactly info.php, but it is so good. Have you taken a look? Have you seen this? It mentions 2.5, which is a minor version newer, older. Yeah, we've got it pulled up over here. I think this is the same thing, right? 5.1. Yeah, same one. So action upload and sview no and menu true. So twd25, I don't know if this directory exists or not. We can give it a shot. Okay, and Jaffer Sadikin, thank you very much for subscribing. Okay, so TWG25 doesn't exist, so maybe it's 26. It's not 26 either. Might be in the install directory. Try without. So this redirects us to the admin page. Let's just try admin. Nope. And there's nothing here. There are no clues. Unless we have to do like some sort of brute force attack. Yeah, we need to be authenticated to do this stuff. What else were we looking at? We were looking at the installation. Okay, so PHP version greater than 4. Okay, so the PHP version is 7.4.33. We can check to see if this version of PHP is vulnerable as well. It seems like a relatively recent version of PHP, but just got to be sure. Okay, it doesn't look like the version of PHP is vulnerable in this case. So what does it say? If any of these items are highlighted in red, take actions to correct them. Okay, please don't use red features in the config.php. The config.php is not modified by this check. So we should probably see if we can access some sort of config.php file from somewhere. Server name, user agent. Directory and file permissions, cache, counter, XML. These are all writable. Recommended settings. Display errors on, but it's off. I don't think any of this stuff really helps us out. So is there a config.php file? Direct access to this location is not allowed. So it exists, but we can't access this. So I guess another thing we could do is we could go in and do some why is there an uninstalled directory on here? Hold on. And Clip Plopper Chest, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So we've uninstall.zip, okay, readme.txt. This installer should only be used if you cannot delete your files within your FTP program, okay? And King MG, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Welcome to the stream. Copy the uninstall.php from the zip file to the installation directory. Okay. So there's also uninstall.zip. I mean, we could download this to see if we can, you know, figure anything out from here. And then take a look at what's installed. So uninstall.zip is in here. Thank you very much for subscribing, for following on Twitch, iGoodBay, and thank you for the subscription on YouTube, 7S3DX. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's take a look at this uninstall.php. I don't think this doesn't help us too much. Unless there's some sort of passwords or stuff in here. I don't think there would be. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. And you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to do some further directory busting. Let's just run some GoBuster then. What is the name of this? Let me get the IP address. Here. So we're just going to run some good old GoBuster, see how it goes. You did an Nmap scan for all the ports? I should have. Yeah, that's all the ports. I mean, I guess I could run it again, but a little bit slower. Okay, image.php, image.php, version.txt, version... Huh. Yeah, I think I should take a look at that. So this is 2.6. We knew it was 2.6. I want to do another search for potential vulnerabilities. Tiny web gallery. Yeah, I don't see anything specific to 2.6. And what about image.php? Image.php parameters needed. Okay, so let's look this up. So tiny web gallery, image.php parameters. Okay, so this file primarily uses URL parameters to control which image to display and how to display it. Oh, is this what's opened up in the gallery? If we go over to any one of these pages, so this is index.php. It doesn't go to image.php. It's almost like there's credentials hidden somewhere you have to brute force, because this is only one version behind it. I couldn't find anything. Okay. So this is the landing page. I just want to make sure that there's not something like super obvious hiding in the comments in here. Doesn't look like it. Tiny web gallery. Okay, let's try going over. So login, username, password, admin. So the one vulnerability we saw requires authenticated access. Username or password wrong. Do we get the same message if we... Yeah, okay. We saw a message over here. So this is the official answer here. The password is in the readme.txt on the website, on the installation page. The installation page, twg admin. So admin / readme.txt. For the first... Is it admin twg admin? You're asked to change the password at the first login. Also twg shows administration in red if you're still using the default password. Okay, let's give this a shot. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Did we translate the Spanish? Yeah. Yeah, okay, we're logged in as the admin now. That's great. User file is writable, you can change. Okay, so from here we could probably try the we'd probably try this hack right here. So for the RCE. So now that we're authenticated, we should be able to do this thing. Okay, back. What was the endpoint? Hold on. I'm gonna I'm just gonna delete all this so this the password is in the readme.txt file and on the website in the installation page. So we were able to get the password from this, basically. Okay, so it's action upload and view no menu equals true. I mean, I think we should be able to just upload some stuff, right? So upload images is here, right? Jesus Shuttleworth. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, so old password, new password. Please change the admin password. Are they not going to let me do anything until I change the admin password? Okay, I'll change the admin password. Sure. It was like readme.txt. twg-admin, let's change the password to admin, and then, you know, it's super safe. Username or password wrong. Wait, isn't it just admin? You've removed the add in the TWG admin. This is the only modification where you have to register TWD. If you have a license, oh, you know what? So login password, login admin, TWG admin. If you don't change the password, everyone can access your whole TWG installation. Oh, yeah, okay. That's fine. I made it admin, but for some reason I thought that it didn't take. Huh, okay, so there's all this stuff here. So we probably want to upload something, and the vulnerability says that we're supposed to upload like a PHAR file. So, I mean, we could just install like a web shell. We'll give it a shot. revshells.com. I keep on forgetting what the syntax is for that really small PHP web shell. This thing right here. I also was wondering why you kept typing in the old password. I was just a bit confused is all. HairX Toothpaste. HairX Toothpaste, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay. I think that's done. We'll just create a file in here. Okay. And then we'll try uploading this. Where's the actual upload? The TWD Flash uploader requires active flash. Active flash. Nobody uses active flash. What? This is such a really old looking interface. Yeah, we can't upload anything right now because it's complaining that we don't have Flash. So there's copy, there's move, there is reload. If there's not a different way to upload, you can try the Ruffle browser extension. I mean, they tell us that we're supposed to be using this right here. So action equals upload, and sview equals no, and menu equals true. We'll see if we can use this directly. It doesn't let us do it. Okay, Jackie, hello, nice to see you here. Want to be a hacker? Can you give me a roadmap? Sure. Ruffle is Flash emulation. Oh, I gotta install stuff? Okay, so Jackie, here's a starter pack. If you want to... Pablo Ramirez, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little bit of hacking here. Ruffle is Flash emulation. Ruffle browser extension. So I'm looking for the one for Firefox. Get this extension for Firefox. Ruffle Flash emulation, add to Firefox. Add Flash emulator, sure. Add it. Okay, so if it's working, then let's give this a try. Okay, it looks like it's working. That's funny. Okay, so we need to add files. Add files, upload, options, create folder, refresh. How do we use this thing? I click on add files and nothing happens. Let's see, AFCAR, it says order me a free iPhone. Order me a free iPhone? I'm afraid I can't do that for you, my friend. But yeah, Jackie, if try some of the links in the starter pack over there. It'll help you get started with some on your journey. There's a lot of steps involved in becoming a hacker and becoming a person in cybersecurity. Okay, so there we got this stuff over here. Do we need to select one of these? I don't see any ability to add a file here. We can click on upload, options, rename a file, rename folder. Yeah, I don't see anything here. Let's go back. We'll just go back to the default admin page here. Why is this default HTTPS? Oh, did this machine run out of time? Yeah, it did run out of time. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to reset the thing. Can you believe this thing still gets updates when it's not even usable on a modern browser? It's pretty weird. Let's start it up. So yeah, my machine just ran out of time, so it shut off. We're gonna have to do our setup steps again. I think we were doing it from over here. Okay, so it's admin and what was that password? This one. Okay, we need to change the password. So the old password is this. We're going to change it to admin. I'm going to click on change. Then we have to log in again. I hate this. They've got some, this is not registered, so they hit you with these pop-ups over and over again. Click on upload. It looks like hardware acceleration is disabled. While Ruffle may work, it may be very slow. Okay. So do we do drag and drop here? I don't understand how this thing's supposed to work. What's your secret to being consistent? I get distracted easily. The key to being consistent is being passionate about what you're doing. I mean, I like solving these CTF exercises. I like learning new stuff. Learning new cybersecurity concepts is really interesting to me. I like documenting things. I like solving challenges. It's tough. It's tough to find motivation. Okay, Cypher asks, why would somebody steal an old Facebook account? Impersonation? Kevo has a question. No worries. If you have a question, Kevo, I'm here to answer questions. Okay, so upload. The upload button doesn't do anything. Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. So TWG Flash Uploader Freeware Edition. Okay. Options, create folder. Let's create a folder. So this is the quote-unquote upload folder. We have a queue. Enter folder name. Oh, okay. Enter folder name. HackerFrogs. Create. Okay, so now there is a folder named HackerFrogs. Thank you very much, Mehedi. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So Kevo asks, how do you convert the coordinates into a link? What do you mean by coordinates? Cypher says, someone took over an old account on my list and using it as their own. No spam or weird messages. Why would you do this if you could make your own account? I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the motivation might be for somebody to steal your old Facebook account. I mean, I guess that would be to steal information inside the account, like messages or contacts or anything else that might be lying around, but I'm not too sure what that information might be. Yeah, if I click on add files, nothing happens. Let me try using the other command. So the other command was here. Action upload something something. Let's give it a shot. How do I add this stuff? Pablo says, what if you're stuck on a challenge and you get frustrated? So if you're stuck on a challenge, you work on it for as long as you think you can, and then you look up the solution. So there are two things that can happen if you get stuck. Let's just say that we're doing like a typical CTF challenge, right? Work on challenge. Get stuck. Can't progress. You got two options. Option one is to not complete the challenge. Option two is to look up the solution and treat it as a learning experience. There are some people who say that you should never look up the solution for a challenge. But if the difference between looking up the solution for the challenge, if the alternative is not completing the challenge and not figuring out what was actually going on, you definitely want to resort to number two. I'm not saying that you should be looking up the solutions for the challenge all the time. I'm saying that if the option is between 2 and 1, you want to choose 2 and not 1. Okay, Kevo says, how can I change if config? So you want to change you're trying to embed a command or a Linux command. You're trying to embed a Linux command into a link. And you're trying to get somebody to click on the link and then execute the command? Is that what you're trying to get somebody to do? I don't think most of the time that it doesn't work like that. Anyways, there's an ad running on Twitch right now, so I need to take a little water break. So just a second. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to have a little water. Okay, we'll put away the birds and we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so what are we doing? We're trying to figure out how to use this upload function. More birds, yeah. I'm a big fan of the birds. Okay, so add files. This button doesn't do anything. So we can click on the upload button. You know what? The only thing I can think of is that we have to like drag and drop. So I'll try dragging and dropping. This is from home whatever. Temp uninstall.phar. So I'll just drag it into here. Okay, so obviously this doesn't look like it's going to work. I'm afraid that I'll also be obsessed with the birds. Himan Shuku Handal, tell me about the mystery of life related to hacking. Mystery of life related to hacking. So, I mean, I'm afraid that hacking isn't necessarily like some sort of... It's not a solution to a big problem. Well, I mean, I guess it could be. Hacking is finding weird ways to interact with systems. This is what hacking is. It doesn't have to involve a computer system. Okay, Cypher asks, why do we only eat 3 or 4 types of the thousands of birds that we can choose from? Well, the fact is that most birds are not very tasty. Hacking is more of a mindset than anything else. I mean, hacking is a mindset. I don't know if you can interpret hacking as like, some sort of, big philosophy. But this upload function isn't working. So upload images goes to here. Is there something else that we can upload with? Generate passwords, debug file, configure TWG. Okay, maybe we can change the default upload method from Flash to something else. We'll change it to HTML, please. I hate Flash. Yeah, maybe the Flash upload function isn't supported in the emulator. Okay, so we've changed it over to HTML. Wait, we can't change the default upload thing? Come on. Save this thing. Your settings will be saved as myconfig.php. This will overwrite the existing settings. Do you want to continue? Yes. Yes, please. Okay, then we will reload the page just to make sure that the... Okay, so now we're using HTML to upload. So we will go to... Simple view, and we will upload. Okay, finally, geez. So we'll now select our malicious PHAR file in the temp directory. Okay, we just uploaded it, and now it is here. Okay, so we uploaded the file successfully. Now we just need to see if we can get remote command execution working. It works! It works! Great! Okay, so we finally got our RCE working. So let's see. Himan asks, how did you know all about hacking and the processes like SOC analytics and red teaming, etc., etc.? It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time and a lot of exposure to different technologies. But if you keep at it long enough, you should be able to learn like all of the skills you need for your particular role. What I do isn't necessarily something that most people are going to be doing if they're doing like a hacking role. Hackers are usually super specialized. I, on the other hand, I am a generalist, which means I learn way more than someone who is specialized would learn. Sick in the Mind says, related to hacking, hackers choose curiosity over comfort. We don't let somebody else tell us how something works, we figure out what it's capable of. We were born into systems we didn't design. Instead of trusting labels on the interface, we peeled them off to see what it does. We push the boundaries of what's expected. I mean, the interesting thing about hackers is that hackers are very interested in learning the rules. They don't know what's outside the box, unless they know what's inside the box. GredXT says, I unscrewed the cases of all my electronics as a kid. I'm sure your parents were very impressed when you unscrewed the stuff. The important thing is that you learn how to screw the stuff back in. Yeah. All right. So now we've got remote code execution, and we need to get access to the box directly. How much time do we have? We got 44 minutes. That's more than enough time. So let's go ahead and make a file to use. So we'll just call this reverse shell elf file r.elf, and we need to get our ton0 interface. So our ton0 interface is 10, 10, 3, 10. We'll just paste it into our command over here. Think of MSF as a little bit of elf off the shelf. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so r.elf, it's here. We're going to host the file with Python m http.server on port 80, and we probably need our IP address one more time. Sunshine Valley has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much for subscribing, Sunshine Valley. So we're just going to craft our wget command over here for uploading this reverse shell payload. r.elf. Okay. Elf on the Shelf sounds like a top-tier Christmas CTF. That it sure does. Maybe somebody will create it someday. Okay, let's go back. So we'll just download the file from here. And let's see if our... Yeah, so it downloaded. So all we need to do now is make it executable, and then we can catch our reverse shell. So we'll call this remote access. So we'll do our good old RL wrap with the netcat on 443. And then we need to chmod. And then run the file. Okay, now we've got access. Oh boy, I guess we can do something we haven't done in a really long time. We can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into the server. So let's go ahead and call up our good friend.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man, just in time for the holidays. Well, Mr. What is even the name of this box? Exhibit. Mr. Exhibit, Web Administrator, it seems like you're using an old and crappy program for uploading images. That is a big mistake. GredXT says, can we get a ho ho ho? Ho 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 ho. We managed to find the default credentials for your application, then log in, and then we uploaded a web shell, which we turned into a reverse shell for access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities on your web server, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Alright, it sounds like it's been a really long time since I've had to pull out Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, so let's go ahead and figure out what's going on in this box. So, which Python? There is Python, okay. So, which version of Python is that? That is Python 2. Okay, so is there a Python 3? There's also a Python 3. So Python 3, command, oh, what was it again? Import pty.spawn, bin bash. Okay, great. So we've got a mostly functional shell now. And let's figure out if we've got sudo permissions. Okay, I think this is going to be pretty easy because we got sudo permissions as the www data user. So with exec, no exec. What is no exec? No exec, no password. So no password, I understand. What is no exec? So we can run it as the root user, any group, any user. Okay, is there any way to learn all this in a better way and from where? I'm very new, but I only know the basic concepts when it comes to SOC analytics, cloud security, etc., etc. Oh, I mean, better way. I'm not too sure what you're referring to. I mean, Himon, let me know what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity, and I can give you some better advice. If you've got like a goal in mind, you can better figure out which way you want it to take to get there. So we can run vi, and we can run it on like a file called vimit. Where is vimit? Misadventures in Astro, there's no better way. Maybe if you had a mentor? I mean, the thing about mentors is that in cybersecurity, most of the time you're expected to do your own research and do your, and carve your own path. Durgesh, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. So let's figure out where the vimit file is. So vimit, or can I just run this? Sudo okay, so this is a new file, it's called vimit, and we can just use the same, we can probably just use the same stuff we were using for GTFO bins on Vim. It's probably the same thing for sudo vim. So SUID binary, yeah, can't we just do bin sh from here? Or like shell equals something something? So do bin sh cannot execute shell bin bash. Cannot execute shell bin bash. Was it something like shell equals? That must be the no exec? Oh, really? Sudo no exec. Suggest me a path to go from noob to pro in any workflow in any field for beginning. In any workflow, So from noob to pro, what I recommend first is that you learn everything that you can learn in the Network Plus certification. So Network Plus, I mean, I've got it in the starter pack. So just go to the third link in the starter pack for computer networking, and you want to study everything in Network Plus. You don't need to get the certification itself, but you're expected to know how to do computer networking at least a beginner level by learning this kind of stuff, and then you can continue from there. What was I looking up? I was looking up sudo no password, no exec. So sudo disallows shell escapes as a default. So I think this is what we're talking about here. So I cannot work out how to disable shell escapes for any command, so that I could, this is an example, do something like no exec, no password. So don't do this. You're giving the sudo user the ability to run any commands as any user. This includes the ability to modify echoCTF using any tool that does not require excess subprocesses. Okay, Misadventures in Astro says, what I've seen work well for fast tracking really technical learning is a buddy system where you're both starting out at similar levels. Much easier to process when you've got someone else to collab and learn with. Having two different approaches, trying two different things, and then sharing info really supercharges some of the grind. Well, I mean, having like a buddy who's learning with you is a pretty good tactic in general, because you keep each other motivated. Okay, you might be thinking that excludes vsudo, but strictly speaking, you don't need vsudo to edit the etc. sudoers. So, what's going on this box? On this box, where are we here? Yeah, kind of an execute shell bin bash. So I guess let's get out of here. We can use vi on a file called vimit. So, is there any way for me to contact with you one-on-one for more guidance? You can ask for advice here. Other people have asked me to mentor them. I don't have time to mentor people. You can ask questions here. I'll try to answer the questions as best I can here. I can't take a lot of time out of my day to make custom learning paths for people who are trying to get into cybersecurity. I can give advice. You can join the Reddit community. You can join the Discord. Okay, just for fun, I'll try asking the AI if it has an idea about how we would do our privilege escalation if this is the case. So just for fun, maybe there's a script somewhere that runs Vimit. I mean, that's possible. Okay. Let's see. TJ says, I wonder if you're working as a freelancer full-time and in a related cybersecurity field. Is there a cron? I mean, there might be a cron. TJ, yeah, I mean, I used to work in cybersecurity as a web app security tester. I did that for about half a year, and I decided that I'd rather be teaching. So here I am teaching. Okay, so I mean, there might be a cron job working on this box. The other thing is, where is this file, the Vimit file? Find slash name Vimit to dev null. What? Why is the Vimit file in sudoers.d? Okay. This is kind of funny. Okay, so the sudoers.d directory in Linux is used to store individual configuration files that define user privileges for the sudo command. This approach provides a safer and more organized ways to manage permissions than directly modifying the etc sudoers file. Okay, I mean, we can... Changes made in etc sudoers.d are preserved during system upgrades, and this package manager blah blah blah. Okay. Marcelo, hey man, convince me not to leave my cybersecurity degree to be a dev using AI. You want me to talk you out of becoming a dev using AI? If you like development, then do development. If you like cybersecurity, do cybersecurity. That's if you like cybersecurity, you should do cybersecurity. If you do not like cybersecurity and you like doing development work, then become a dev. I can't put a gun to your head and tell you to do cybersecurity. Okay, to grant a user named Alice permission to install packages. Okay, let's explain the situation here. Web surfing is my pastime, says no time to watch this live, but this is good content to review when time allows. Linked, commented, and subscribed. Thank you very much. Web surfing is my pastime. I mean, people are going to be using AI for cybersecurity in the future, for sure. Second the Mind says, computer science over cybersecurity degree. I mean, even if you want to get into cybersecurity, you don't necessarily... Well, I mean, Marcelo, you say that... You seem to imply that you're doing a cybersecurity degree currently. How close are you to finishing that cybersecurity degree? I think the advice that we give you is kind of dependent on whether or not you're locked in and how much money you've spent on your cybersecurity degree so far. Marcella says halfway there. Night Blossom says love the energy here and passively listening with spurts of deeper attention, collecting terminology. Yeah, I mean if you're benefiting, Night Blossom, I'm glad. Okay, let's go back. will present the problem. I mean, let's ask, I know, ChatGPT, for example. Okay, we are given some sudo permissions with the vi program, and we know that the file we can modify. You know, before we do this, I should probably take a look at what's inside of this file right now. Okay, we can't read this. We can't read this file, but we can edit it. That's kind of weird. You can basically make the vimit file in the sudoers.d and then make your own sudoers config to give you root on bin bash. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the exact process would be, so sudo vi on this thing. They want the password. Okay, I don't have the password. chmod plus x. Okay, so sudo. Oh, we should probably move into it. If we move into the directory, then it's not going to prompt me. Yeah. What is this README file? The README file is also permission denied. Is it sudo vim? No, it's sudo vi. Himan, Shook, any language that I need to get into it. I'd start with Python. So I can listen. If you were looking for some learning resources, I've got learning resources over here. So the HackerFrogs GitHub over here has a list of learning resources for a bunch of different topics. If you want to get into like pen testing, for example, take a look at the learning resources for computer networking, and then go over to the learning resources for network hacking. And you probably also want to go over to programming and take a look at the Python courses in there. Ibel says, finally I got some sleep, that's why I'm late today. No worries. Learning some CWES on HTB Academy. Sounds like a lot of fun. Harshvard. Sup dude, I completed 2 echoCTFs yesterday. Took time, but did those myself. Yeah, I hope you documented the stuff that you were working on in echoCTF. Because documentation is something you need to learn how to do. Because otherwise you might encounter the same stuff over and over again, and you might not be able to remember what you did before, and then you'd have to spend time learning how to do it again. Okay, so sudo vi vimid. Okay, so this is an empty file. It says read only. Read only, really? Okay, so documentation of what I'm learning on even a basic level? Well, I mean, if it's something that you think is super easy, I guess you don't need to document it. But if it's something that you haven't encountered before, and then you might want to reference later, then you definitely want to document it. Okay, Sizer DX says, hi, first time in the channel, greetings from Argentina. Hello from Argentina. Oh. No, wrong user, sorry about that. Sizer DX says, maybe try chmod to give it permissions. It might be a permissions issue. Yeah, maybe I should take a look at it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not able to modify that file. Nachos are Armian2, hello, nice to see you here. Greetings from Argentina. Greetings, Nachos. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so this is read-only. Test. So read-only, huh? So Vimit, this is a root-owned file. And yeah, so we can't write to this. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't run chmod on this file. Yeah, this is not permitted because we don't own the file. Symlink it? I'm not sure. I mean, symlinking it doesn't prevent this from being owned by root. Symlinking it's not really gonna help in this case. Okay, let me try asking our good friend the AI. We're given some sudo permissions with the Vi program. We know that we can modify this file. It is a root-owned read-only file. Our sudo commands permissions look like this. Okay, and we'll just supply the thing. Do you need root for symlink? I mean, anybody can symlink, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work out. So we can run vi vimit, but we've got no exec and no password. Well, I mean, no password isn't the issue. It's no exec. If we had exec, then we could just run like a shell. So okay. So let's go back up. So GroutXT says you can make a custom sudo as config. Custom sudo as config. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Dung CN Go. Dung CN Go. Not too sure if that's the way you pronounce that, but so instead of sudo as .d, we don't have write permissions on this file. We can read it, but there's nothing in here. Actually, wait, there is something in here. I think we need a fully functional shell for this, because yeah. Okay. So we're gonna need to fully upgrade our shell to get this done. So I'm gonna have to reestablish the reverse shell. So back here, let's just run the thing again. Okay. So we need to use... Oh, you know what? Before we do this, I can't be running ZSH. So ZSH doesn't work with the full shell upgrade. So we're gonna have to use something else. But in the meantime, I need to take a look at... You only have 14 minutes left on this. But thank you very much for subscribing, Quoc Viet Nguyen. I don't know how to pronounce that name very well. Quoc Viet Nguyen Le. And User Extreme GMR. What is up? What is up, User Extreme? You can use Penelope to upgrade shells automatically. I mean, it's been a really long time since I've done the legitimate shell upgrade. But we can run bash. And then we can run rl wrap. And then we'll run that command again. Where is it? Here? Okay. So, Python 3, run the command, import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash, okay, and let's see, C9 Jerry says, can you do beginner friendly? I'm afraid the stuff we're doing right now isn't super beginner friendly, but this is the last segment we're going to be doing for this stream. But you know what I can do? I can give you some recommendations. So here's the starter pack, and why don't you take a look at the last link over there? There's some easier challenges that you can get into there. Deco Ricci says, hey, I'm trying to get into CTF right now. All I can do is forensics, but I want to learn another category. What is the most worthy category to learn? So aside from forensic stuff, I mean, what else could you do? Probably web. Web is a very, very rich category in CTFs, and I've got a bunch of different... I've got a playlist that I can recommend. Where are my playlists? Here they are. How about I recommend to you So where are the... I had a web one just a second ago. Why don't you try these echoCTF challenges? They're actually pretty good. The other thing you could try is you could try the Natus playlist. So Over the Wire Natus. So this is another good playlist with web app challenges. It starts very, very easy at the beginning, but then it gets kind of hard at the... Do you have a playlist for cybersecurity from the beginning? So cybersecurity from the beginning, I don't know if I have a playlist like that. But you know, if you want some fundamentals of cybersecurity stuff, you could try the beginner challenges of Red Bandit. That's my recommendation. Okay, what do we have for... So okay, what we're trying to do is we're trying to do the full shell upgrade. Is that a BitLocker challenge? I think, yeah, we did a BitLocker challenge somewhere along the way. Full netcat shell upgrade. Okay, 5 ways to upgrade the netcat shell. Spawn TTY with Python. Okay, so background your netcat shell, then STTY raw echo. I forget how to do this. So Control Z to background your shell, and then STTY raw minus echo. Actually, we need to get something first. So STTY-A. We need to get these rows and columns. And then foreground, I think. Foreground, and then export shell equals bin bash. And what was the next step? Oh, the terminal, right. Echo term. Export term equals something. What do I want to use? Xterm 256 color. And STTY rows equals 23, columns equals 94. Python practice says, how do you learn web hacking? Is it hard? In which language should I learn? So you should learn Python. You should learn JavaScript. Python and JavaScript will get you pretty far as far as web hacking stuff is concerned. STT, oh, it's not equals, right? Okay. So it's STTY rows 23, columns 94. Okay, thank you very much, Ibel. And after this, I think that's it, right? Then we can reset, clear. Okay, so now we've got a full shell. We've got a full interactive shell. So we can definitely move into etc sudoers.d, and then we can run vi on vimit. We go into interactive mode. This is not working out the way I thought it would. Whoa, what am I looking at? Is this a hacking? So I can read this thing, and it looks like that's a really long key. Yeah, this might be like some sort of SSH key, or like the root user's SSH key. Oh, this is the history. And this just wraps around. But how do I... So this is a key, right? And if this is a key, I mean, I can't copy this. Or at least I don't think I can copy this easily. If I could copy this, then I could probably try to figure out what this thing is. We'll go for another 15 minutes, and then we'll have to call it a day. I think my access runs out in a few minutes anyways. So yeah, so Vimit seems to be like the history for the root user. Okay, so let me just get out of here. Actually, let me out. Dang it. Okay, I I ruined my connection again. But yeah, I wonder what our good friend the AI has to suggest about this. So I can't help with step-by-step privilege escalation or bypass techniques for sudo vi setup. That would be actionable guidance to gain higher privileges. What I can do is explain what this configuration means. So what your sudo rule means, it means that we can run the command without a password. You tried the escape key, then Q, right? Yeah, I mean I tried that, but I don't know if it actually took. I don't use vi a lot or vim. You're allowed to run exactly vi with the single argument vimit, not arbitrary files. This means that vi will open a file named vimit in the current working directory, or per the sudoers rules, exactly that argument. No exec. So sudo sets ld preload style hooks to prevent the launched program vi from executing other programs, for example spawning shells or running command. It's meant to block escape to shell behavior. Let's see. Are you going to dump GPT for DeepSeek because of the guardrails? I haven't touched DeepSeek in a long time. I mean, I pay for ChatGPT. That's why I use a lot of ChatGPT. But I mean, I guess I might try some DeepSeek if it really is getting in my way. Okay, all, if it wasn't constrained by this command, you can run as any user or group, but the command restriction is the real limiter. So if sudo etc sudoers d vimit is a root owned and read only, that's normal and expected. The whole point of the sudoers directory is only root can modify the sudo policy. What the challenge is probably testing. So in CTFs, a rule like this usually tests whether you can understand sudo command argument restrictions, understand what no exec is intended to prevent, spot a path or argument quirk, such as vimit being a relative path versus absolute, and identify misconfigurations around what file is actually being edited and where it lives. So safe checks you can do. So I'm pretty sure that that the vimit file is actually a symlink to the history for the www data user. That's my theory. Okay, let's do another soundtrack. How about some Mass Effect? Okay, so the remote access shell, this is kind of shot. Let's make a new one. And we have to give this a funky color. How about some green? Okay, we'll set up our netcat shell again, and then we'll get access again. I think I've run out of time. Yeah, I run out of time already. So I'm gonna have to do the whole upload process again. I might solve this box offline, but I am kind of curious. Yeah, we'll try to get access to it one more time. So I've also can we copy the contents of the Vimit file to the clipboard using vi commands, like something I don't know exactly, then paste it to the temp file and then format it. Exhibit vi. Exhibit vi, that's the name of the... Yeah. We present to you Exhibit vi. What you do with it is up to you. I am interested in figuring out what the heck is going on, because we're pretty close to finishing the box. So we need to go back in here and we need to set up our reverse shell again. We need to go in here and we need to change the configurations. Oh, they want us to change the password. Okay, sure. Okay, so we need to change the configuration so that we can upload using HTML. So default file upload method, we change it from Flash to HTML and save that. And now we can actually upload stuff. Over here. We can upload our web shell.far. And now we can do all the things from here. That pop-up every few... Yeah, I guess it's designed to get you to purchase the software. Okay, we need to create our... Okay, we got our server up and running. Let's run the wget command. 10, 10, 3, 10. Panko, hello, nice to see you here. Hey everybody, if you want to watch more cybersecurity streams, and in particular a funny hacker girl, go ahead and follow Panko's stream. There you go. She is much better at hacking than I am. And, yeah. Go ahead and follow our channel, please. Alright. Ooh, new CTF challenges? Yeah, we're doing one for, echoCTF. It's another hipster CTF platform. Okay. Did we download? Yeah, we downloaded it. So we just need to make it GradXT Swedish anime hacker lady. Yep, that's exactly what you get. chmod 777 on r.elf, and then execute r.elf for access. Okay, are we in? We're in. Nighthawk says, no, TryHack claims he's not under threat to say good things or being hacked. Yeah. Panko Panko says, haven't... we love TryHack here. Thank you very much. So this is the platform over here. It's called echoCTF.red. And it's really good. It's really good. I really like it. There's a lot of free challenges there. And yeah. You might want to give this a try if you ever do any challenges that are not Hack the Box. Panka Panka. Okay, so Python 3, command import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. But oh, Panko, you missed something. You missed the return of Scary Hacker Voice Man. I don't know if you've seen Scary Hacker Voice Man on my channel before, but yeah. Every time I break into a server, we call up Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in. Okay, so let's move into... what was it? sudoers.d. So Vimit is 62 bytes. What I suspect is that Vimit is the history file. It's the history file for the root user, or at least it's like symlinked to the history file for the root user, because it looks like, I mean, it looks that way. We have sudo permissions with the vi binary only on this Vimit file. But we can't read this normally. We can only read it through vi. Can we run vi with other arguments? So read-only mode, restricted mode, binary mode. So it's not symlinked and think. It would indicate it with I on the permissions, or with L on the permissions. Start line, end line. You know what? Before we finish off for the day, I really want to read. I really want to read my flag. There's no flag here? Oh, there is a .ssh though. And we can read that directory. We got authorized keys in there. If you add an argument, does it lose sudo? That's a good question. So vi mode, only file names after this. Silent, easy mode. Can we run... Okay. So we're here. It's cool how many people are watching. Thank you very much, Persona Management. Thank you. Okay, sudo vi vimit -r. Okay, so if we modify the command in any way, it's not going to be with sudo anymore. So I'm going to try reading this thing one more time. Sudo vi vimit sudo vi r. We're taking a look at the home directories. Vi help sudo l cd etc sudoers .d. These look like my commands. Hypercube, how do you make the pixel art that is in the thumbnail every week? It's amazing. That's all Dolly. That's all Dolly. It takes a while to make something that doesn't look bad, but yeah, I can't make thumbnails, so this is one of the things I use for the AI for. I try to get it to make something that looks nice. It's kind of tough sometimes. So what is this stuff? Hold on. Oh, wow. Okay, so sudo vi vimit So I saw some sort of weird this thing. What is this stuff right here? I want to figure out if I can echo this out. with AI looks pretty cool. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I think this might be part of some sort of SSH key. So if we just go all the way, there's all of this output. The problem is that copying this line by line, actually wait. I mean, I guess I could copy this line by line, but how many of these lines would I need to copy? Because it seems like there's like 100 or something of them. That's way too many. Yeah, there's got to be a... I mean, we can get that shell, but... It's turning this into a file called file? Where is this file? What about just use cat? We can't just use cat because we can... The only way you can read this file is using vi. We can't read it using cat. Alex Channel says, "Can you hack the FBI?" I don't think I'd like to try. Okay, so I can't get out of this. You can, but only once. That's a good answer, Panico Banco. Gardoxy says, "Can you arbitrarily read any file after you've already opened a different one with justify functions? What is your suggestion for starting a server and increasing server security?" I mean, I'm more oriented towards breaking into servers than securing servers. Yeah. I mean, what commands could we do here? Anyways, I should be getting going. I think on Vim, if you want to copy the text in the clipboard, you have to press Y plus. Y plus? Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to break out of here. All right, I'll try hacking more of this after the stream is over, but I heard that they hire you if you hack them. Yeah, they might hire you after you serve your prison sentence. This is not like a reliable way to get into hacking. That's not the way you want to do it. But let's talk about what we're going to be doing. Well, what are we going to be doing the rest of this week? So today was the Monday stream. We still got the Wednesday and the Friday stream. And on Wednesday, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs Network Hacking Session 9. We're going to be doing Privilege Escalation. We're going to be doing more Advent to Cyber stuff. And we're going to be doing Hack Smarter's Lab. So Hack Smarter is a friend of the stream, and he's got his own education platform over here. So he's graciously offered to us to try out his new module over at hacksmarter.org, and we're going to be trying it out. That's what we're going to be doing on Wednesday, and on Friday we're going to be doing cloud hacking challenges. This is going to be a lot of fun. So cloud hacking challenges over at pwnedalabs.io. We can do all sorts of great Amazon Web Services hacking stuff, and that's going to be on Friday. So let's find somebody to raid out into. We usually like to do infosecstreams.org, which has a lot of fun people who do hacking stuff. Oh, Slyborg is on! Awesome! So Slyborg is somebody who's getting into cybersecurity stuff. She live streams her education journey. Try reminds me of my jam. Tyler is great. Thank you for streaming, Panako Panko. Are you sleeping okay? Yeah, it's super late where you are, Panko. Okay, but yeah, so Slyborg is doing Minecraft right now, but she usually does cybersecurity education stuff. We'll raid out into her. She has a great channel. Okay, and when you arrive on our channel, if you could give this message, OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog, I would really appreciate it if we could send some support and some hip hop hack over to her channel. We'll be back on Wednesday, and hope to see you then. Thank you very much to everybody who is watching today. Thank you very much to everybody who gave helpful suggestions in chat, and for everybody with your questions. And yeah, so if you want to join the Discord, this is the link. Don't forget to leave the raid message, OS Frog Hip Hop Hack, when you arrive on the channel. Everybody, HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.